Well, if you were expecting scuff right out of the gate, well then you're in the right place, because oh boy, in my efforts to figure new things out, oh boy, are we still in the trenches with that. Either way, hello, welcome to another exciting episode of Limbus Company, where frankly speaking, the only things I can do to make things a little bit easier on myself are research and hope for the best, because hey, look at that, what do you mean? That scuff in circumstances continues even in the games that I enjoy, so you know, that's kind of where we're at right now. What is a Twitch stream without scuff? Honestly, I couldn't tell you for sure. I'm mostly just here like, yes. What do you mean I made a schedule for things to make sure we could actually take advantage of the time, and then they immediately stole my time? It's beautiful. Either way, how are you people? Because frankly speaking, I feel good all the same for what I was not allowed to do this entire week, so you know. Either way, I'm thinking to myself, what am I talking about in regards to that? We may or may not be taking advantage of the whole multi-streaming policy that Twitch put out a couple of months ago, but even still. Am I going to use my... I don't know if it's me, but it's that Maldredeem is coming out a little bit slow, but either way. Limbus, we haven't even started yet, and here comes Gas to remind me that everything can go a certain way. Is it gonna be me more or less tier 3 subbing for Faust? Probably so. Also, preparing for New Year's. I believe in the new year. I believe 2024 could not possibly suck as much as 2023 has. Also, hello as well to you, Xana. Frankly, like I said before, what I'm hoping to do tonight is maybe see if we can actually make some progress to actually get through Canto 5, because what do you mean there's a new event after Christmas as well? And from what I hear, it's actually pretty decent. I'm not a fan of how Project Moon does currency grind, but at the same time, we'll get there when we get there. Personally, I'm just here like, I just want to know what the funny Millie boss theme is going to be this time, and you know what? I've definitely heard good things. I just want to see it for myself. Also, you know, there's more or less me musing to myself whether or not I'm going to use my YouTube channel for anything. So, you know, this is kind of a foot in the door in that regard, you know? I got a coffee maker. What kind of coffee maker? More importantly, is it a cake? Is it a Keurig or is it an actual coffee maker? Because I want to believe there's a little bit of a difference in regards to that, you know? Just like, what do I use the one that my collaborators have for? Just boiling water and that's it. I'm not much of a coffee drinker. Actual, that's a good one. I'm alright with that. All I know is just, once again, I'm more of a tea person, but at the same time it's just like, yes, this funny thing, make the water hot. I don't need anything else, I just need a tea bag, a small amount of sugar, and maybe some patience, but who's got that these days, you know what I'm saying? I'm certainly not very patient with the whole thing going on in this game, I'll tell you that much for sure, but me mouthing about Korean Johnny Cage is not explaining the issue to you right out of the gate, so why don't we go ahead and get started with that. Henshin. Because let me tell you now, I am sick of this dude, but I suppose the only thing I can do in that regard is to explain to you where my suffering lies, but I suppose that's how it is. This whole chapter is suffering. For you, for me, for all of us here at the Make the Client Work machine. There we go. Coffee maker can also make tea. I'm glad for that. Speaking of tea, though, guess who I got in the inner room? Because frankly speaking, I'm glad she exists. Wave to my wife, everybody. Either way, I'm just over here like, have I been putting in investment for 7 Faust for a good reason? Not really. She does good damage, it's just a matter of, hey, look at that, I wanted this one since she was first announced. And there's words in the back just asking, why are you like this? Either way, it's just like, hey, the best way we can open these streams is with another uptie story, so that's kind of where I feel we should be going right now.
네, 기꺼이요. 파우스트의 능력이 필요하다면 언제든 불러주세요. 티타임은 제외하도록 하죠.
But at least the music is good. This is true. Project Moon is suffering, but it breeds good music. I apologize for the long wait. Faust will take your orders now. The child calmly walks up to the table in a cramped, bustling cafeteria and begins to speak. Milk tea, I see. With Ceylon leaves be to your liking. The tea will be boiled at 94 degrees Celsius, unless special requests are made. The child's quiet voice slowly begins to accelerate, a rather sizable pair of glasses rattling with each word. 1 teaspoon of sugar, noted. Would you like to receive your first cup already filled? Depending on your preference, we can also provide a cup without emptying the warming waters. Loud clickety-clack of typewriters gets dangerously close to drowning out her voice, but the child raises her voice in response. The entire time, she does not slow down. Not one bit. Instead, she stops dead in her tracks. Brought to complete frozen stillness by a single sentence the guest uttered. May I inquire what your intentions for ordering a milk pitcher might be? If you prefer your tea with a higher milk content than our standards, we can accommodate it to your liking. However, we do not recommend adding more milk after the tea is poured. Adding it afterward causes milk to heat unevenly, which leads to its protein denaturing. This, in turn, results in significant loss of aromatic flavors qualities to your tea. Allow me to expound on that point, in which perhaps we can skip ahead. The child will likely go on for a good while. Some indeterminate amount of time later. Next order, please. Another guest stands before the visibly exhausted child. Oh, I'm not here for an order. Then I regret to inform you that I am currently on my cafe shift, and any inquiry regarding an association contract must wait until... No. The people at the reception told me I'd find you here, Miss Faust. It's about the case we last contracted with you, and, let's see, where'd I put my business card? I presume this is about the post-contract management? Though the child is currently working as a tea brewer here, this cafe is an employee-run, volunteer-based establishment by a subsection of 7 association fixers who are deeply invested in the art of tea brewing. Where is my heir? Of course, once their volunteered hours are complete, the employees all return to their duties as fixers of the 7 association. This child's primary duty at the association is to draw conclusions on contract cases based on evidence gathered by other fixers of the 7 association. And I'm certain you're already aware, but we can provide you with a discount should you choose to leave the post-contract management to our association as well. You may also consult our affiliated fixer offices, of course, if you were seeking more affordable options. If I were to leave it 7 again, would you be assigned to the post-contract management? Indeed. Well then, I'd like to contact the 7 Association with the post-contract management as well. Your name carries a lot of weight in this business, you know. A wise decision. Post-contract management is the child's other duty. And what does post-contract management entail, you ask? That was our last target on the list, Heathcliff. Let us ascend to the 2nd floor. It entails variations of no-holds-barred retribution or extermination of the perpetrators revealed in the investigation. Yes, the child's name carries a lot of weight in the business indeed. Whether that be the business of brewing tea leaves, or hoeing heads. I'm pretty sure it's hoeing, right? Not hewing? Like Patrick Ewing? I'd have no idea. Sometimes I feel as though I am hooked on phonics, other times this game throws me for a loop with the way it uses words. I don't know half of the time. Either way, do I have anything I can level you with? Not really. Everything should be at level 40 to begin with, but at the same time, we'll worry about you later. My main focus is me not holding down the clicker for a moment. It's supposedly supposed to be making you into a tank, and since I can't go any higher than level 40, Zoust's coming with us right now. That's right. What do we have on this lineup? We have a whole bunch of things that don't account to a lot, but let's see. Just let me tell you, the boss that we're stuck on right now, more or less demands that I be able to tank with my face, and frankly speaking, that's kind of all she's good at right now. Meanwhile, our main striker is probably going to be Ishmael over here. You can stand to be this. She's not very good, but she's still a tank, you know? So that means you become the... Actually, never mind. I don't feel as though you're going to be any use unless I can put blue on you, but either way. Zweiger over here may be more useful, as well as Vinclair. I don't know. My brain is just of a mind of every time I see the word Zwei, it's just like, you will become this. Just like Lusso over here is what he is. It's just like, he's probably going to be our other damage dealer, even though I'm told Hong Lu, spelled with an I, is actually a lot better for damage, but I don't know. We can play it by ear is my point. And while I wish I could use Yi-Sung for something, I got him to level 40 for reasons. I don't think his skill set is good, especially considering if we're going for ads, that might make it worse, but like I said before, we'll figure it out as we go. If anything, I'm low-key a little bit mad that W. Faust isn't putting in the work that I need her to, so, you know. Honestly, I'm still a little weird with the identities on my end. In what regard, if I could ask? Because honestly, it's just like, I play it by ear. I play favorites, considering the fact that gacha is gacha, and gacha makes my head hurt because I don't want to spend money. Speaking of head hurt, who wants to go to the pain train? Which is to say, what do I have in this lineup? You are the thing. I want to use Heath Quad, but for the sake of burn, maybe that's not the best. Like, I still don't understand them in terms of skills or attributes. You gotta read your cards, my point. Either way, I've gone over this particular cutscene way too many times. It's just like, welcome to the middle, everybody. If you know what the fingers are, then frankly speaking, you do not want to meet them. It's bad. Like meeting the Mafia's souped-up demonic cousin bad. Proof enough in the fact that they're making it this a literal abnormality fight, so you know. All I know is the main strat I have right now is to make sure that somebody is still alive so Ishmael is able to do her work, you know? Plus, you know, pick up resources along the way, but we'll get to that. Let's see. Alright, you are favorite. I still feel as though if you can tank, that might be for the best, but let's see. Unopposed versus neutral. And as you know, neutral might as well just be, why are you even trying? But let's see. I get the feeling you're not going to be of much use here, but we'll find out. Let's see. Favored. What does purple say? Purple says ultra favored, and I'm alright with that. Zweidion probably could stand to defend all the same, but let's see. Yeah, this doesn't do me a lot of favors, but if I can clash, I can at least win on some level, you know? Alright, that's actually pretty good. I need more of it. Alright, let's see here. What do you have? A single charge count, right? Build up resources for 12 hours. Also, hello as well to you, Saku. I hope your day is going alright. Also, honestly, I love these dudes despite how hard it is. I have a thing for a reason. How hard is they are. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. The middle is a whole bunch of jabronis that are just, why are you a whole syndicate? And it's just like, is it because you're run by literal Paulie D from the Jersey Shore? Yes. I call him Korean Johnny Cage, but at the same time, I feel as though there are a lot of comparisons you could make. I don't know. Half of the time it's just like, why are we getting vibe checks so hard? Is it because this series is known for being ball-bustingly hard for no reason? Yes, actually. Let's see. You go there. And Marcel is still unopposed, but I want you to try harder. You have 3 coins. Why don't you use them?
보고합니다.
Yeah, that is not good. I'm beginning to think charge may not be good for this particular fight. So, your day's been middling, maybe. Honestly, I'm a little sorry to hear that, considering, but hopefully on some level your night gets a little bit better, you know? If there's one thing I know, it is the absolute feeling of mid. More or less making the day worse, but at the same time, though, I'm hoping for better. You beat the first fight of the Star Rail, though. I'm glad to hear it. Admittedly, I kinda dropped off of Star Rail because, oops, gotcha, but at the same time, from what I understand, it's definitely one of the better ones. And this is me coming off of Honkai 3rd as my favorite Hoyo game, but at the same time, it's just like, yeah, the writing in this one is probably a lot better. People have been comparing it to Disco Elysium, to which I say that's a bold claim, but
순식간에 끝내죠.
it'd be like that sometimes. And she got the stagger. Thank you, Ryoshu. You probably fit Honkai 3rd in your phone and Limbus Company. I mean, I'll take more Limbus mutuals, that's for sure. But honestly, I don't know whether or not I want to go back to Honkai 3rd just for the sake of being able to work on my voice a little bit, but at the same time, it's a lot of things. Just like how friend of the channel Melody has been saying, maybe I should actually do more YouTube content for the sake of actually flexing my voice a little bit, but we'll see how that goes. It's more a matter of, I need a thing to talk about. You're currently playing it and it feels like it's the smartest game I've played to the point that I feel dumb. Which one, Limbus or Star Rail? Because I'll be honest here, I'm thinking about why is my main character a trash-eating raccoon in human skin? Because frankly, I think it works.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Okay, disco, I get what you mean. If anything, it's just like, yeah, the main character still stands by that particular statement I just made. Oh, no. Oh, yes. I was about to say, Ishmael, please, you're the main striker. You can't do this to me.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
Alright, let's see here. What is your charge count? Which means I could probably get away with DDEDR, the newest rhythm game from Konami, but let's see. Why Don isn't picking up charge at all is a bit of a question, and I don't think I'm gonna get an answer. More than that, hey, look everybody, what's my favorite SMT-themed Matador? How did you know? Let's see. Neutral, 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 and struggling. Crazy. Ah, she tanks with her face and she's proud of it. Let's see. I'll take that one. Wait, no, I could probably get away with teleport and just get out of here, but I don't know. I'm waiting to see it. Is my main point. Eh. Rhodia can continue to guard. This is fine.
순식간에 끝내죠. 헛!
Oh, if he didn't guard, we could actually get something out of that, but nope.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
Alright, that should kill. Yep. And here comes the teleport, so Don can actually get something, maybe.
인내 충전 최대치예요. 한놈
Oh boy, that's a free stun if I ever seen it.
다소 유리하구려.
And you still have no charge. Why? Is it because you need your own teleport to go off? I think it might be. Which means you go over here. Which means you have low morale. Which means you go over here. Or rather, okay, that's 3 coins. That works for me. You're so... instant stalwartly all over this man's face. That works. Let's see. Neutral versus neutral. And dominating versus who would have thought? Let's see. Just in case.
제압 실시.
Probably could have stood to
다음은 어디요?
focus this guy a little bit harder. Doesn't matter though, he's dead. He's gone, that's good, amen.
Test of your reflexes.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
And now Dawn gets her own teleport, isn't it lovely? Let's see. And then Ryoshu. Unsurprisingly, not very useful in this circumstance. Never mind. I will shut my mouth a little bit. Everybody is dominating in the future, isn't it great? Favorite also works. Are we voyaging on our bond? I would hope so. Duck on the internet. I'm mostly just here like, my dinghy has been stuck at port, and frankly, Ricardo has been making me feel bad about it. Which means, hey, look at that. I'm taking these hair coupons to hell with me, so you know. Let's see. Actually, you know what? He's currently doing what at the moment? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rodya could probably stand to get some damage off. It's a matter of who's currently clashing with her, I guess.
보고합니다. 전부 찢어버리겠네.
Alright, that's a decent chunk, and I get to do rip space after the fact. I like that. Have I figured out how charge count works on Ryoshu yet? No. I got stuck on Ricardo for a bit until I staggered him before his hair coupon attack, and he was just a pushover. That's what I've heard. The main thing you should be doing is trying to stagger him as he's charging, and I'm just like, but how though? Which is to say, I want this man to burn a little bit, which is why we have Lou Ishmael over here. Which is why we have a staggered rodeo over here, because I like to eat my words with a fork. Let's see. Of course you wouldn't give me Don's rip space going right out of the gate. That's asking too much. Let's see. I do not care about charge, I just hit him hard. That's definitely the goal. It's more just a matter of what is the best set of identities to use in this situation, and so far I've been finding very middling answers. Then again, it's also just gacha luck, which is non-existent, to say the least on this channel. What's that? I rolled Natasha in Star Rail once and then I said I could quit the game? Sounds good. blunt death because they're all weak to it. I'll have to keep that in mind. I should have brought Rospan or Rhodia with me, considering I actually got her to 40, but still. Let's see. I don't want to trust neutral. Is part of my issue. Then again, you can also evade, so that works. Very good. This one little brother comes out like, imaginary technique, purple, and we just shoot him, because that's how it has to be. I like the meme. The meme can be a little bit dense at times. Speaking of lobotomy, Kaisen, hey, how about that? Because honestly, I'm just over here thinking to myself, I may have not been watching the show a lot, but the highlights I have seen, it's actually pretty decent. Even with my opinions on Mappa as a company as of late. I hope these people actually get some money, but honestly, it's just like, hey, it's an industry-wide problem that involves both economy and politics, and frankly speaking, the only thing I can say is if the industry dies, the industry dies. Also, I got a full blunt team with 2 full Pierce for this fight. I may have to ask you to go over my build, so if we fail this, but at the same time, you know, that's kind of why I do this on stream, to get actual advice half the time, but ultimately, I'm just here like, I feel a certain way about Project Moon as a writing team, and frankly speaking, I do want to share it with everybody. Do you have Regret Faust? I have 7 Faust, if that's any bit, if that's any consolation. I'm grinding my way up towards Regret, but at the same time, though, I just went with Waifu. You can't blame me for that. Let's see. You're currently staggered, so why don't we give you business? And that's a juicy stagger if I ever seen one. Ah, nah, my perfected death fist. You can get regret till next Walpert is not if you don't have her right now. Well, that's good, considering I'm about halfway there off of Mirror Dungeon grinding, but if anything, it's just like, oh boy, I've only just started doing Mirror Dungeon hard, and I'm learning the results are fascinating. You don't even have to finish it to get good payout, you know? It's just a matter of what am I gonna do with 18 stamina? It's hard enough to actually grind in this game, but still. Oh boy, purple meets purple. It is a match made on the high seas, and frankly, everybody's throwing up, especially Yisan, but let's see. Once again, you shall feel the wrath of Capote. Let's see. You, on the other hand. Yeah, I'm beginning to think Rhodia is just here for moral support, but at the same time, though, throw the tomahawk. It's good. You can get her from the dispenser until next Walpert is not in the which is the event she was in the limited time. Oh no, I got what you meant. It's just a matter of I need the ego shards, you know what I mean? Unless you're talking about something entirely else, but I don't know. I will just take a look after this if we could be so kind about it.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
Oh, and he got the stagger. Good for you, Merceau. Is he my favorite male sinner? He might be.
다소 유리하구려.
You can use my Faust if you want. I would like that considerably. Is Faust my favorite female sinner? Yes. Do I have legitimate reason for that? Not really. Is it literally just because she's kind of a haughty with a lot of words to say? A little bit. I'm gonna be honest with you, there's no good reason to like Faust, but I like her anyway. Let's see. I don't like neutral. It concerns me. You can use Middle Dawn too, she's all blunt. I'm gonna have to hope for the best in that regard because I have not been able to roll a single Dawn identity since W, you know?
모든 걸 거둬들일 순 없었어.
Alright, we take those. We certainly take those. And that's a kill. Thank you, Don Quixote. Go polish your boots. They look disgusting. Let's see. For a good bit, my girl was Dawn, but playing myself, Rhodia is slowly taking that spot. I can't believe it. I can't believe that my boy Noir, moderator of the stars, is slowly being converted to Rhodion propaganda. It's just like, hey, look at that. I still have not read Crime and Punishment. I'm gonna have to fix that when I have enough money for books, but we'll figure that out. It's probably not worth it to pop this telepole ego, but at the same time, though... Now, what are the chances with him with low morale actually getting the jump on Merceau? Surprisingly high from what I've been seeing, but once again, it's more a matter of I want to make it happen. And that is a retaliation. What the hell do you mean by that? And then there's Big Bastard himself. Let's see... What is the logic here? Because I'll be honest here, I don't know what I'm expecting, and I want these guys to leave me alone. I'll tell you that for sure. Which to say, can you guard? You cannot guard. Can Faust guard? That's a little bit better. Let's see... Ishmael, though. If you could clash with him, that'd be very nice. Unopposed with a percent chance of 33. Uh-huh. I'm doing the numbers game, chat. It's making me feel a certain way, chat. Ishmael is also a contender. That sounds like Mokoi speak, and frankly speaking, he's right on that regard. Here's a tip. Evade is the best defense move, because if evaded correctly, you won't get hit. Sure is interesting that the only ones able to evade are warp members right here, and frankly, sounds accurate. If that is the case, then frankly speaking, maybe it's for the best that I dedicate this particular matchup to... I don't want damage, please. It disappoints me. And Merceau as a damage dealer may or may not be best served not getting hit, but what's the worst that could happen? We've already had to do this song and dance book a couple of streams before, so let's see. You can tell me you're doing. Sync Woodis is the best evade unit, to be honest, because she can get up to 19 to 20 evade power. That is something I'm going to have to keep in mind for the future, but at the same time, they have not been letting me roll her, and that makes me upset. Let's see. You are evading against Ricardo. You are at the front. Rhodia can go over here, then. Not quite. This makes me sad, but this is a little bit better. This is a little bit better.
순식간에 끝내죠.
How does it feel, Ricardo, to whiff on every single hit?
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
And now he's gonna try the same strat, to which I say, can I just skip this round? It would be very nice if I could. Oh well. Let's see here. If you're not going to attack, I'm just gonna put you in front. Actually, you know, if I recall correctly, DDEDR does grant charge count, but it's more a matter of I need resources in general. Dawn is sitting on a fat 16 charge right now, and frankly, I think she deserves it, you know? It's more just a matter of I wish to not engage in any regard. Alright, let's see here. Also, evade makes the enemy's offense level, which boosts the enemy's clash power. If you clash, not trigger, so you get the actual rolls of coins with no extra power added. I'll be honest here, the phrasing of that did not help, but I'm guessing if I spend too much time dodging, they'll eventually just clobber me. Is that right? Because I'll be honest here, I'm beginning to think they just get away with whatever they want for free. Don't click on Ricardo. Wait, click on Ricardo. Okay then. If that is the case... Now when you say that he's currently using an evade card, but at the same time, is the idea to hit him once and let it go? Or am I crazy on that? Because I'll be honest here, I'm still trying to learn his strat little by little, and every guide I've found in regards to this fight is full of holes in that regard, you know? Some of them just go straight up and skip this fight in particular in terms of logic, but I don't know. I'm putting it here to see if I get something out of it. And currently, you are not doing anything at all. Just beat the shit out of Ricardo, don't care about the other guys. That sounds accurate. Which is to say, I don't feel good, but I'm going to feel worse if I don't do something. How's that? Is that any better? And I have currently on guard just because, but it is what it is, you know? I am currently pressing the start button and seeing if I don't end up live checked. Hey, look, she actually got one hit in. Good for her. Double streaming today, huh? That is true. What do you mean that we're currently on YouTube as well, for the convenience of others who may or may not like Twitch, but at the same time, it's more just a matter of, I want to figure out what works. At least for archiving. And, of course, you corrode to that. What do you mean by that? What am I concerned about in the first place? Of course you corrode. It's not like I expect you to do much else. You have IDs that are weak to blunt. It's sounding like that was just Ryoshu, but even still. Wait, I can watch you twice over? That's wild. That's rad, as they would say. In fact, I have an emote for that, if you'd be so inclined to use it. Let me see where I put it. Yep, there we go. Now the real question. If I hit Ricardo extra super de-duper hard, will he get mad about it? Probably, but at the same time, it's worth it to see. Wow, I can't believe it. Purple can only defeat purple is what I'm seeing, but as long as Ishmael's alive, that's something. I don't expect a lot, but it's certainly something. You cook the counter, well fuck you. Yeah, sounds like it, and I'm mad about that. I don't want to just completely derail myself and start over, but at the same time, it's looking like I might as well.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
See, this is my main problem with fighting Ricardo. It's just like, what do you mean that defense is weak and you will remain weak nonetheless? But then again, 108 damage is decent. I just need you to calm down.
제가 묻었네요. 얼어버리면 아플 필요도 없어서.
That's not bad either. That, however,
이상한 분위기가
it makes me upset.
골수에 침입하여 들어오는가 싶소.
It really does feel like the idea is to get through by the skin of my teeth, and that sounds like a recipe for disaster, and yet...
순식간에 끝내죠. 그 자식은 아직 살아있을 거야.
We should be getting numbers like that all the time. What happened?
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
You see right there, it's what I deserve.
허파에 무거운 것이.
Alright, let's see here. Hey, look, it's your hair coupons. Hey, look, it's me asking what the heck am I gonna do about this? Not a lot, that's for sure. My entire team of dedicated shields is gone, but such is life.
그분이야.
And of course you would stagger to that, yeah.
허파에 무거운 것이 가득 찰 것만 같은.
Alrighty then, it's Faust Pilgrim versus the world. What's the worst that could happen? A lot, actually. It's more just a matter of, hey, you know what? We might as well go the full gambit with it.
그분이야.
Well, gee, he staggered. Somebody staggered at least.
마세요. 다른 우육면 먹고 싶네.
Any ideas that are weak to blunt never take this. They get up by one hit from Ricardo's normal weakness is fine, but fatal is just suicide. Sounds like it. I hate the idea. For the amount of grinding I spent in this whole idea of, I just want to make it work. By the way, if you use an ego without overclocking and have low sanity, it will do the overclock ego, but on the target you want. That I do know for sure. Ego overclocking probably is the main strat to use, but at the same time, it's just a matter of figuring out what actually works. Heathquat, though, are you weak to blunt? I'm almost in normal. Heathquat.
단단히 묶어라.
You're saying Heathquat is normal about blunt damage, is that right? By which I mean he won't just straight up fall over and die, is that right? So I'll be real. I'm trying to figure out what we can do in regards to this. I almost don't want to bring W. Roshi if she's gonna act this way, but...
금방 가지.
He's normal to blunt but fatal against Slash. Also bring in Yi-san. My funny level 40 Spice Rush Yi-san? Is that what we're asking for? Because I can certainly do that.
재촉지 마시오. 어련히 가겠지.
Okay, he's also blunt. Good to know. I almost feel a little bit bad not investing in Hong Lu over here, but he's level 30 anyway. I could get him close enough. Let's see. Is Rodeo blunt? If anything, though, I do have DHE Rodeo on standby by way of support units, but at the same time, it's also just a matter of the last time we tried, she kinda sort of went the way of, I don't know. The Bible after it was rewritten by... What is his name? King James, yes. You would think I'd know that, but no. Let's see.
전가요?
I want to believe this is a decent matchup. Put your ID in chat so I can friend. Alrighty then. If anything, let me see.
밤인가. 곧 열차가 들어오겠군. 이제야
That's right.
생기겠어.
It's me, Crumble Tumble. In fact, you know what? I'm pinning this in chat, just in case anybody else who may be interested could actually go and friend me, because hey, look at that. I think we should all help each other as faithful managers, trying to actually survive, you know? Let's see. And hey, look at that, I got a funny thing on the battle pass. It's not enough, but it's a thing. Let's see. Once again, my lineup makes no sense, and I'm trying to see where the logic is. If anything though, chat, how are you feeling about this? If anything, it's just like, hey, look at that. If you are watching on YouTube, consider maybe dropping a like just to see if the algorithm actually picks up on that, but at the same time, I do not care. It's a little bit of an experiment all the same, but you can understand it's just like, hey, look at that. You get to watch my pain and suffering twofold, and I think that's a good thing nonetheless, you know? If anything, don't mind me, I'm just waiting to see if I can find Duck over here. We should say, do we have the thing? Do we have these funny graphics? What a really good art. And I like the way they're set up. I mean, look at this one rabbit Heathcliff over here. It's nice. Clockface, wake me up when we're there. Why do they keep doing my they-them like that? Probably because Dante is kind of a wet towel in the first place, you know? They're getting better, but they're definitely not there yet.
밤인가.
If anything, though, I do invite you to ask me any questions you like. What do we do here? What are my goals in the future? Dante from the DMC, not Dante's Inferno Death. Exactly. The thing of it is that Dante from the Divine Comedy is also a little bit of a wet towel, and also the massivest fanboy for Greco-Roman poets, and I think that's kind of funny considering the kind of stuff that goes down in the Inferno, but even still. I'm just here like, hey, look at that, why is Virgil the way he is? Is it because he's a depressed sod who can't get his daughter back? Yes. Literally that. Go read Leviathan. It's not going to be translated anymore, but go read it. But, let's see.
밤인가. 곧 열차가 들어오겠군.
Okay then, I need to actually evaluate my setup. Because I'll be real here, I do not see where I can check damage types. Bro actually put in Caesar is Satan. I mean, I'm not surprised. Meanwhile, though, let's check out the lineup real quick, because I have Lou Ishmael, as required by the game, Lou Merceau, Zvi Rhodia, who I want to ask, why did I put her in at level 25? No wonder she wasn't cooking. Let's see. Heathquad, Spice Brush, Yisong, Zvi Faust. I almost want to put in Zviger just to say so, but he's our shield after all, and I don't think he would suffer as badly as her in terms of defense, you know? Either way, let's try it again.
가자, 죽이러.
One day you'll get to hear me read in my Dante voice, but even still. That reminds me, I should get those Project Moon brushes. I think you should.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아있다.
Everything changed after the notification stopped after Library of Ruina. I really like this art style. Let's see. Favored, 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 favored. He's very favored in these streets, you know? Let's see. Dominating. Blunt. The best kind of flavor for this kind of fight. Everybody can do a little bit of something. Everybody's so creative. Let's see. This works. And I swear if you lose these clashes, Gregor...
피어나라.
Alright then. With that one stalwart stance, we may just have a chance of seeing things through, but at the same time, of course you enter into it hopeless. What happened, Gregor? You used to be cool. He's still cool, chap. Don't worry about it. It's more just a matter of... Oh boy, I am slowly getting cooked. We're not there yet, but they're preheating the oven, is my main point. And Moment's Floral Breeze. I forget. Do I need to develop a charge for that? Alright then, spend 6 tremor count to turn AoE and attack with 3 weight. I mean... You go for broke, I guess? We'll figure it out when we figure it out. It's been a long time since I fought Dongrong. I don't remember half of my stuff half the time, you know? Let's see... Neutral makes me sad. Neutral makes me angry, but even still. The most bang for my buck is just, hey, look at that, I wish not to engage.
셰프를 따라오십시오.
And that was almost a stagger. I'm a little mad that it wasn't. Good defense as I expected.
걱정 마시오.
Hey, look, you staggered anyway. It's time to go in. Sent the friend request, finally. Your game was lagging, so it took a bit. Yeah, that's what I've noticed. Ever since the funny post-Christmas event started, they've decided, you know what, the client doesn't deserve to load. And I'm over here thinking to myself, that's kind of the process with these games, but at the same time, I'd like it to be better. This game may be less than a gig big, but at the same time, that doesn't mean they can optimize it a little bit harder, you know? This game has Fmod support. Of course it should be done a little bit better. Neutral with the plus 100. I'm not sure I trust that, but... Also, what was your first Mirror Dungeon 3 hard experience like? I mean, I certainly didn't finish it. It's just like, hey, look at that. I'm here for my free resources. Don't at me. But honestly, it's just like the game in of itself, when you know what you're doing, it's actually pretty simple. But at the same time, it's also just a matter of, hey, asking for simplicity in a Project Moon game is like asking for somebody to make you a bowl of soup at the molecular level, you know? It's not going to come out the way you expect it. It's not going to come out the way you want it all, but at the same time, sometimes you get a little bit lucky. Also, you're at the end of the dungeon right now. Honestly, I'm just over here thinking to myself, before we started the stream, I did a run of Mirror Dungeon 3 only to get jump scared by Cromer of all people, and it's just like, oh, if only I brought Sinclair into this, but it's not like I can use the funny N-Corp stagger strike. It's just like, I don't even have N-Claire. Which is a shame considering the fact that he would be in here right now, if not for that, but life is funny like that, you know? Life is, I don't want to spend money on this game. Cromer can be a boss on floor 4 and the normal of the Heart dungeon. Honestly, that shouldn't surprise me considering the fact that I mentioned it in my own server. It's just like, the moment Dongrong gets added to the Mirror Dungeon is the moment I am forced to relive a little bit of trauma, but I suppose that's just how it has to be. The only way you're gonna get better at the game is by learning how its processes work. It's like running trials in FF14. You either win, or you continue to complain to people who, frankly, are having less skill issues than you. You haven't gotten Dongrong yet? Like I said, I imagine they're probably going to add him in the 4th version of Mirror Dungeon, but I'm waiting to see it. Why are you neutral, Ishmael? You're the one with the hot hands. Okay, unopposed is better than neutral. And then here comes the giant fist. Very nice. I bet he'd be easy compared to the other Avnos on floor 5 of Mirror Dungeon. I imagine so. If anything, it's just like, I am not here to fight. I'm here to collect so I can get better at fights that are keeping me from enjoying the story, you know? And that means skipping as many Avno fights as I can get, you know? I really do not like fighting the beasts from Canto 3, I'll tell you that much. Let's see... He remains pure neutral, ladies and gentlemen. He's on his smoke break, don't bother him. And why is Heathcliff hopeless? I don't get it. Honestly, it's such a shame this game is gacha, but it makes sense. Knowing how deep this lore is, I would consider making it a full campaign. Honestly, the only reason Limbus is a gacha is so that Project Moon can recoup the costs of making 2 indie games back-to-back, you know? It's weird, but it works, you know? Also, yeah, if anything, it's the most free-to-play friendly game on the market, so you know, I can't be too mad. Because let me tell you, if you're over here playing Genshin Impact and saying this game is fair to you, then frankly speaking, I'm asking a very, what world do you live in?
적확한 한압이었어.
And then Merceau gets another kill. My Frenchman can't be this strong. Let's see. Oh hey, Gregor gets favored by the laws of the game. I'm surprised. Funny thing is, I'm fighting the little brothers in Mirror Dungeon 3 hard while you're fighting the little brothers in the story. Ah, yes. Truly like the grip of the fingers, they exist everywhere. And that's not a good thing. What's that in the horizon? Is that the thumb messing with Mirror Dungeon with Mirror Shard technology? Yes, they are. And that's why Charon is the way she is. It's not a good thing. You should really feel bad for Virgil, but at the same time, he's kind of a piece of garbage.
내 뒤로. 가까워진다. 항이.
And Gregor with the stagger. Let's go. Clap for my Roach Man.
보냈고.
다소 유리하구려.
We're at a slight advantage. Thank you, Yi-san. If anything, it's a double-edged sword. They can explore their story as long as they can, but being episodic might be a detriment to deadlines. Oh no, it absolutely is a detriment. So much so that their translators can barely keep up. And not to mention what happened during the summer. It's one of those things that just makes me go, hey, look at that, politics, and I wish to stay out of politics as much as possible as a VTuber, but you can't help but just go, why are you so upset? It's literally a wetsuit. You're complaining about a thing that's not a bikini, but at the same time you still see this woman's full body. It makes no sense to me. 21 coin power for the little brother is just a crime. Don't you feel it? Write down in your soul that this is a very, very unbalanced boss fight. Because I certainly do. I just want to get out of here.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
Hey, he does the funny smoke thing. Good for him.
일반적인
Especially since it brings us that close to a stagger.
이유가 있었으리라 생각하오. 다소 유리하구려.
내 뒤로.
다시 못 살게 구는 일이
Very nice.
없을 것이오.
I made them unbalanced by choosing the buffs they got, so it's kind of my fault. Yeah, that is true, considering ego gifts kinda sorta make or break your build, and it's just like, ah, yes, they put roguelikes in my Project Moon game. Honestly, I do like Mirror Dungeon structure this time round. It's just like, yeah, I wish they were a little bit more forthcoming with info. But that's every Project Moon game. Also, I put suddenly one day on Gregor like I should have used Ledger Domain. Why do I keep doing this? I don't know. Oh boy, that was almost a stagger. Good for you. And then we damaged out of the guard. I love it here. Also, they literally rolled higher than the ego. Oh, yes, that I feel entirely. What do you mean my manifested self-conscious is not stronger than your literal fist? It do be like that sometimes.
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려.
Alright then, one is staggered, which means Faust could probably just clean up. I'd be happy with that. And then Yisung dominates. In this regard, you are purple. And Popple seems to be the name of the game. Gregor struggles. And then Rousseau brings trouble.
적대 세력을 배제했습니다.
We might actually clean up a little bit.
흐드러졌구려.
Hey, look, another stagger. Thank you, Mr. Fly My Wings Man. You should have seen him during the soccer tournament. He really felt it back then. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if in a few years this game becomes a series. I mean, it kind of is a series. This is technically the third in-canon Project Moon game, you know? It's a sequel to Ruina. Total stagger, total stagger. I won't leave a single man alive. La-di-da-di-died. I cannot say the word on YouTube. La-di-da-di-dud, an ocean of blood. And of course, right as I say that, that's a raid from Guy. I cannot believe the logic, but even still, how are you, my guy? I am inclined to give you one of those things they call a shout-out. But then again, if you don't know me, my name is Megiddo. Frankly speaking, I am what you might call a kaijin. Specifically one of those funny cyborgs that what exists in the Tokusatsu series franchise medium. It's a lot of things, but even still, it's just like, ah yes, Limbus Company. A game that gives me pain and pleasure in equal succession. Either way, how was Sonic? Because I want to believe Sonic was good. I also want to believe my funny shout-out button isn't on this layout, so even still. More pain or pleasure today? More pain, considering the boss we're on, but so far I'm taking community advice to get this done, you know? We're cleaning up a lot better than we were the first round we tried tonight.
다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
I mean, look at my girl Faust. This is the most damage she's done all night.
보냈고.
잘 풀린 것 같습니다.
다소 유리하구려.
It really was just a case of why am I not using blunt, I guess.
보호합니다.
Also, Sonic was good. We got through the whole Dark story, which kind of surprised me.
상황은 일촉즉발이오.
Sometimes the games from your childhood do be a little bit short when you know what you're doing as an adult, huh?
하는 게 좋겠소만.
In the meantime, though, Duck, if I could be so kind as to ask, do I really just focus Ricardo this entire time, or is there a little bit of nuance behind it? 'Cause I'll be honest, I don't trust this man. Look at him. He's a red-headed Johnny Cage with tattoos. Granted, he already did, but even still. Also, you know that I meant how it might become a full live-action show. I've been noticing a weird rise of webtoons and manhwa becoming Netflix shows. I mean, if it's anything like Sweet Home, at least on some level it will be good. I don't have enough of an opinion on Alice in Borderland. Lookism, I tried it. I did not like it. I don't have any other examples to go off of. Do as much damage to Ricardo, only divert Little Bro's attacks, don't fully focus them. Understand, which means we guard those. And then Ishmael focuses damage, I would hope. And then Ishmael uses her snag harpoon, as I would hope. Preferably do blunt against Ricardo. Understand. Let's see. Now so, why are you so weak against this man? That's a little bit better. It's not the greatest, but still. Also, Lobotomy, Ruina, and this being full-on visual novels, I feel like you might get something similar. To be fair, Lobotomy Corporation was inspired by Cabin in the Woods, so you're probably more on your money than you think, in terms of this being an actual live-action show. Unless they pull a fate. In what regard?
아직
In the idea of this being a little bit mid or a little bit obtuse, because frankly speaking, I want to believe that the former is more true than the latter. What do you mean that non-fake fans complicate it more than they should? What do you mean that this joke is a little bit dumb?
힘을 제거합니다.
I thought Lobotomy Corp was older than that, surprising. I mean, it did come out in like 2018, right? I think it did. I mean, I guess it seems older considering the game is kind of held together with paper clips and glue. Also, making anime and spin-offs. To be fair, Wonder Lab is off there in the ether. You can't read it anymore, but it's definitely there.
최후의 혈구 하나만 남아 있다면 생명은 어떻게
Let's see. I want to focus you so badly. I don't know the best way to do so. Can I snag you on this harpoon? Apparently game says, oh, you think you can get soup? No. Actually, wait. The real question I have in terms of evade skills is if my table is larger than his, will I still be able to hit? Because that's kind of where I'm confused. The rest of this I can deal with no problem. It's this that makes me a little upset to think about, but I don't know. I've definitely seen more false positives than I have true negatives, you know? And of course, this is just telling me why bother making it make sense. You should be using Crow's Eye View. No, actually. Break the evade with an ego with the person with the highest speed. You know what? Let me see. Oh gee, that tells me nothing considering he doesn't even have the resources to full ego, but oh well. You represent something that may work.
내 뒤로.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Hey, look, he actually still got the hit. I'm glad for him.
그 자식은 아직 살아 있을 거야.
My man, why must you endure? Because he wants vengeance for his hair coupons. He wants to live in the world of the soft. Which I say I cannot blame him. Oh boy, am I glad he did not stagger for that.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아.
Alright, let's see. What are we working off of? That is not great. It wasn't great. If I go for that, he'll just punch my lights out, and that makes me sad. What about you, Yi-san? What can you do about this? Not a darn thing. I get you. Let's see. Truly, it was hopelessness made manifest. Which means if you can evade this, that would be sweet. Though he does have more coins than I do, and that kind of makes me wonder, is it just the one coin? This should be fine. What matters is survival, more than anything else. Better yet, if I can put some damage on the table, that would be nice. Is he weak to anything? I'm led to believe he'll tank pretty much everything until you stagger him, and then he's kind of a wet towel, you know?
키워보지. 이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
The problem is just getting him to, oh hey, look, he still did it anyway. Good for you, I guess. My entire lineup, gone forever.
이상한 귀기가 내 골수에 침입하여
Alrighty then, I guess corroded screw loose is fine with me.
보원이다.
장애물을 찍어 누른다.
Look at it though. I already feel like he broke my own bones. True enough. This man hits hard in a way that shouldn't make sense for the kind of fight he is, you know?
무거운 것이 가득 찰 것만 같은 기분이요.
Now the real question is, can I get away with making Faust tank the hair coupon disease? I'm not sure and I'm sad at the thought. Yeah, I like the visuals. How's it going? Hello, New. As you can see, I am fighting Korean Johnny Cage for the right to not go to hell for stealing hair coupons. And it's the most jarring aspect of this chapter thus far. I hope it's alright where you are. I hope you're at least getting some sleep. Air coupon is an AoE, you can't block it with one unit. Ah, I see. This man is mother. But we already knew that already. The real question is, how cooked is my goose right now? Because I could just go full on, why are you bothering, and just try to go for payback instead. If I could just get away with completely bull with this man, I would be happy with that. I'm probably gonna die anyway, so I want to see it at least once.
내 뒤로.
Oh, if life could be kind to me just once.
꽤 강한 충격이었어. 나의 것들은 괜찮은가?
Are my companions sound? Look at your companions. They've got nothing.
찰 것만 같은
And
기분.
Heathcliff is all alone on his lonesome. I mean, if Bodysec actually does it, I may kind of have to reevaluate how I feel about Heathcliff, but I doubt it.
우육면 다른 먹고
I'll get nothing. I'll lose. Good day, sir. You can understand where my frustration lies with this, right?
문제점을 파악했습니다.
And then So it's like I grasp the gravity of the situation, and I'm just like, I'm glad you do, because I do not understand. I am inclined to go, what is the logic I can work off of here? Because, once again, I still want to try Daiichi, but I don't think she's going to do the job I need her to do, you know? Which is a shame, considering. Also, bro, this is the longest little blow fight they roll 28. Bro, this is not real. Trust me, my dude. It's just one of those things just makes you go, hey, look at that. Everything is cracked. For no reason at all.
전가요?
I hear Daiichi Rodeo is really good for this fight. I do not trust anything. But we're gonna try anyway, because what's that? Infinite sanity? Yeah. Why am I using Arknights terminology? You know what I mean. I'm not losing Inkapellum for just experimenting.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
If I'm honest, things are a bit dicey. I'm going to Berlin for New Year's tomorrow, so I have to wake up early-ish. Also, last New Year's Berlin was kind of a war zone, with people attacking police, firefighters, ambulance with explosives and stuff. Oh, and at home we got a flood when there was water oozing from the floor in my basement, but nothing too serious. Nothing too serious, they say. And my brain just immediately goes, honestly, I'm just wishing you the best all the same. If anything, that situation sounds preh. But at the same time, I hope you pull through. Just like I hope I can pull through in this situation, because who or boy, do I not like my odds. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, Ye Song, you were the chosen one. Why are you doing so little damage?
직접 알게 합니다.
And Kyodemon is asking me to de-engine at this juncture. I'm gonna have to hold you to that. Considering I don't know what the other side may ask of me, but at the same time, let me see if I can get this thing to work.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아 있다면 생명.
Oh, it works for some, but not for all. I see how it is. Also, my sanity in real life is negative 30. I'm about to corrode. I'm about to corrode.
I got so good at dodging. These guys. Oh Lord.
And that's a follow from Duck on the internet. Thank you. My number 4 in Christ. It feels good to have another Legionnaire who understands my pain at this game. Let's see. Let's see, indeed. Does Gregor, I think you're just here for tanking. And is that AoE? I don't think it is, but... Curse of the Dead Gods, I wanted to play that for a while now. If anything, I think Yo is a little bit of a speedrunner in that regard. I could be wrong, but at the same time, what I've seen of his runs of it make it very interesting. Heathcliff, though. Why must you struggle? When I'm able to do a speedrun, I'll do it. Honestly, I'm a little bit upset I missed your Grand Blue stream, but at the same time, that game has been kicking my ass in ways that can best be described as I'm wishing all of Vera players a very... And I don't think I'm alone in that sentiment. This girl eats crayons like they are... I don't know. What is the most expensive rich person food you could imagine? Because that's how I feel about it. If anything, it's just like, I've been struggling to find a main in the first place, because it's just like, what do you mean? That no matter where I go, it's always a skill issue, because everybody plays either Vera or Siegfried. Sometimes I find Cagliostro. Sometimes I feel better about fighting Cagliostro and her nonsense, even near, more so than Vera and Siegfried, because it's just like, everybody does the same thing. Is this me coping on stream? A little bit, but at the same time, it's much a matter of, I want to get better.
걱정 마시오.
Most expensive rich person's food? Yes. Imagine that, but apply it to fighting games, because frankly speaking, Vera, Siegfried, Nier, Cagliostro, they all kind of eat for free, if you know what I'm saying. And let me tell you, none of those characters enjoy cheap food. If you're getting my analogy. Well, I mean, neutral is better than nothing, but I expected better from you, woman of the cloth. Let's see. Aha!
내 뒤로.
At least Heath Quad is very consistent with his damage, you know? Oh, I like that, though. You keep on building that trimmer, it makes me feel good.
제가 묻었네요.
적확한 한압이었소. 흐드러졌구려.
Beautiful.
다소 유리하구려.
I think I watched a YouTube series about trying out one dish at increasingly expensive restaurants, and one time they ate pizza that had like a thin layer of gold on it. That's the thing that kind of pisses me off in that regard. You can eat gold foil just fine, but it doesn't taste like anything. It's literally just like you could wear that. You could put it in your computer. It's not good as food. I know some Minecraft streamers have made the joke about gold swords being made of butter, but at the same time, no. Let's see. Once again, I am of the mind of he will be your shield for today. And even though this says struggling, I'm just over here like, why though? You were the strongest, Rhodia. You were supposed to be the one to set us free. Let's see.
피워보지.
At least this team is really good at cleaning up.
맞는 거야.
Little brothers, you know? Like, that's just using ingredients for the sake of making the dish more expensive. At least it's better than Nurse Set, where they just do it for the sake of performance art, and it's not good performance art. Noir understands how I feel about this. Main characters also get gold-plated apples, which are better for you than regular apples, apparently. This is also true of Fate Grand Order, where the idea is, hey, look at that. Struggling for stamina? Feed your servants gold apples to restore yourself to full health. Or rather, full stamina. Health is a different issue altogether. It's just like, why, though?
피워보지.
적대 세력을 배제했습니다.
I just look at it and go, funny gotcha mechanic out of 10, but I can't imagine eating actual gold, is my immediate point. Also, Minecraft. Fair enough. I see that and go, hey, main character, but you can understand, I don't really spend ingots for funny trickery like that. I could, but at the same time, resources are limited and I don't like exploring because of Enderman, but life be like that sometimes. It's like me and giant bugs in Bloodborne. Why, though? More importantly, why is Yi Sung not an elf practice?
직접 알게 한다.
I really need somebody to get up at Tremor Burst at some point. I don't think this team has Tremor Bursting, but I'm waiting to see it.
유감 없는 싸움을
Either way, we're doing good. None of us are really hurting for health, and I'm kind of a mind of I need to save what resources I have for ego for Ricardo. Hey, look, Faust's favorite for once. Imagine that. We must be doing something right. Oh, Dragon's Dogma has a similar thing with gold eggs that are really good for restoring health and stamina. To be honest, I do think an egg made out of full grow is a great throwing projectile. That's the thing, though. At least on some level, you could say it's less the yolk and more the shell that is gold, but at the same time, it's more a matter of gold is a consumable. Feels like one of those things that just makes you go, is this related to anything philosophical, or is it just you having a gap? But it's hard to say. It's my main point.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Oh, that should have staggered, though. Beautiful. I regret a few things.
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려.
Alright then, based on that, Faust can go over here. Faust knows all outcomes, except the ones in which she wins. Oh boy. And then Yi-song sings Yi-song a song about not being able to counter. Let's see.
순식간에 끝내죠.
To be honest, it's gotten to a point where I dislike gold as a color because of its association with wealth and class. Alrighty then, TV's Niru, seizing the means of seizing the means. I understand wholeheartedly. If anything, Demian told me gold should be associated with humanity and the human spirit, but no, money though.
다소 유리하구려.
Alrighty then, everybody's staggered except for you. And that's your problem. You get to feel the hurt twice as bad. Throughout heaven and earth, this particular little brother is the unhonored one. So unhonored, he dies first. I love that for him.
다소 유리.
And then there's just you.
내 뒤로.
Imagine dying this Viger. That sounds like a you problem. And everybody has a little bit of something to play with. I think we're doing good for ourselves. The real question is, how good can we still be? That's actually pretty good. I like that. Neutral makes me sad, though. I just want Ricardo to screw off. Yeah, it's not the worst. That's a little bit better. And then, of course, it's just a matter of, hey, you there, little brother. Do you wish to be a nuisance? I bet you do. And then, I mean, I could probably pop representation emitter, but at the same time, will it be of any value to me? For damage, maybe?
직접 알게 합니다.
Okay, never mind. Everything's going pear-shaped.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
At least her defense is good.
깨달았나?
어떤 사람들은
Ah, yes, the best defense is a smoked cigarette. Let's see.
그러리라 믿소.
Actually, you know what? I want to see how much I can do with body sack. I still don't know what I'm looking at now, but I get confused about menus in Octopath, and that's like as dumbed down and plain obvious as possible. Also, I love that emote. Ah, yes, you too will be cursed with gotcha.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If anything, though, if you do want me to filter lore questions, I'd be happy to do so. It's just a matter of looking at all this nonsense. It's my favorite kind of nonsense. You could stand your guard, I guess. But then again, these two little brothers make me mad. For existing is my problem.
직접 알게 함이라.
I just want to be able to hit Ricardo in his face. Is that so wrong?
이 안에 담아주지.
That's actually pretty nice, though. Can I have another?
자, 버텨보라고. 난 죽을 만큼 튀겨질 테니까.
I don't know where to start asking questions. Just pick a question and I will ask. The more you understand, the better I can get at actually giving this information out. Like, ask me about a character. I can tell you pretty much anything in regards to what we've seen so far, you know?
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아 있다면
Alright, how to make this make sense?
보존될 테니
Which is to say, can I clash with you? Game says no. Game says, oh, honey, why did you think you could get away with this? Oh boy, that's an actual dominating skill. Oh, boyo. It's been a while since I've seen that. Which is ironic considering the fact that we're at 333% buff with Rogia, and yet she's not allowed to do anything. I am honestly a little bit shocked, but I shouldn't be. We've seen enough of this so far that it's gonna be like that. I mean, how much worse could it be if I do it like that? I almost want to go for payback, but I need to clash with these coins. Wait. Okay, Faust is targeting Gregor. That makes me sad. Clearly my strat won't work either way. Let's see. Be nice if you had any ego resources at all, but life is like that sometimes. What if I Iron Blossom starred him to death? I won't be able to do it, but at least it's damage. Let's see. What's the worst that could happen?
순식간에 끝내죠.
I'll tell you what's the worst that could happen. We completely dismantle our entire unit.
이 안에 담아주지.
Okay, that's not the worst. If he pops payback right now, that's fine.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
I wish that did more. We're so close to staggering, though. Give me a little bit more. And she staggers anyway. And he kills Yi-san. Why?
내 골수에 침입하여 들어오는가 싶소.
Also, I just remembered something I wanted to see you stream and now noticed that it might be right up your alley. Please elaborate. Any and all information I can get to make the stream more entertaining for people would be very grateful.
내 뒤로. 자, 버텨보라고. 난 죽을 만큼 튀겨질 테니까.
Oh, I hate that though.
그 자식은 아직 살아있을 거야.
It would be right on the cusp of actually making you shut your mouth and swear vengeance completely invalidates what I'm trying to do. I do not understand. I'm hoping on some level he doesn't immediately hair coupon me to death, but I'm sure I'm going to lose out either way.
보자 너.
This is fine. This is very fine, actually. We may actually get something out of this. Meanwhile, you over here looking like a buff Freddie Mercury without the mustache. Please, leave me alone.
첩첩산중이로군. 뿔뿔이 흩어지는 것보다는 돌아가 새로운 길을 모색하는 것이 낫지 않겠는가, 관리자.
All we need to do is survive. That's all that matters.
심장째로 죽여주마. 거기까지.
I was about to say, Gregor, did you really need to fail a coin toss on a staggered opponent like that?
깨달았나?
허파에 무거운 것이
And my worst fears made manifest yet again, but then again, there's 2 more coins I can work off of. Man, I love having 99 poise and doing 9 damage with a crit. Don't you love how that feels? Yes, I'll tell you, it's one of those little joys that makes me go, ah. How does a game that's like a narrative-driven 2D anime-style pixel game about a mecha fighting a tournament, it's mostly voiced by really good VAs. I feel like I've heard of this before, but please drop a name for me. Wolfstride. I figured that was what you're talking about. Honestly, I will look at it this way. I am more or less in the hole right now in terms of things, and in fact, I'm trying to get resources to maybe start experimenting with L2D, but at the same time, I will probably pick it up at some point or another unless people want to actually put money where their mouth is for that. But at the same time, don't worry about it. It will happen eventually. It really just depends on what my backlog looks like, you know?
보호합니다.
Ow. It was a good thing to go in there with Gregor. He has good defense.
이젠 찌르. 죽여주마.
Oh, he gets 2 payback coins. See, I should have paid more attention to that. And this is where we die.
이상한 귀기가 내
Ugh.
들어오는가 싶소.
And why would you target her when everything else is a juicier bit? What's wrong with you? This is fine, though. No, it's not. It's not fine. This is the closest we've gotten, and you're deciding to lace to your teammates. I hate you, Heathcliff.
걱정 마세요. 다른 인원이
허파에 무거운 것이 가득 찰 것만 같은 기분이요.
You're really whipped. We've been getting whipped for the last hour, and I hate it. Let's see. 400% though. Give it to me. I deserve something.
너. 너도 이 안에 담아주지.
I want 1 stagger. Please.
보고 싶네. 일렁이는.
And I don't even get that.
우육면 먹고 싶네.
Remind me again how people are having so much ease with this fight, because I'm not seeing it. I'm literally being gatekept.
관 짜야 해. 보내줘. 관에 넣어. 나는 캐시에게 언젠가.
It doesn't make sense. It genuinely does not.
곧 열차가 들어오겠군. 이제야 재미가 생기겠어.
I may have to try something a little bit different. Which is to say... This is genuinely stupid, but at least you were close. That's the thing, though. It doesn't make me feel good to be close. I want to see
준비되었습니다.
what actually makes sense about this, and I'm not getting there.
제가 앞에 서죠.
Because I know there is at least a fail state that you're supposed to be able to get to, but it's just like, none of what I'm doing actually comes together in a way that I like.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
Now the real question is, hey, look, Faustus favored damage. That's something different. And by favored, I mean with no debuffs on top of it. It's a weird feeling to look at it and just go, maybe the problem is that I just don't have enough damage to do, but life is like that sometimes. And then Rhodia is hopeless because, yes, because I put in Zwei Rhodia instead of the thing it actually is good at. That's my problem.
보자 너. 거기까지.
Regret Faust is a better AoE ID than Yisung, don't at me. I mean, if she can do AoE, that's what I'm waiting to see. Because I'll be honest here, I think all of her IDs are a little bit on the weak side, but
기대하겠소.
I think that's baked in, you know? Her ego abilities make up for her damage. Probably. That could be cope as well, but at this point, I am genuinely sick of this boss fight.
Why did the ocean break up with the pond? It found someone deeper.
Ah. The puns are back.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Oh boy. Five tremor and skill 2 does AoE for 2, and 10 tremor for skill 3 does AoE for 3 and does AoE for 2 if you only have 5 tremor 2. Well, I have 3 tremor, will that do something? I need to see what you actually do.
다른 작업이
I need to see how you build tremor. Let's see, on use gain plus 3 tremor count, understandable. Spend 5 tremor count, gain plus 1 attack weight, gain 4 tremor count. You should say, if you're still favored, and that makes me feel good. Even Gregor is favored. Let's go. I'm waiting to see if we're allowed to go. I really doomed myself bringing Rhodia in with an ID that is this weak, but
제압 실시.
it'd be like that. Never mind.
적확한
I guess sometimes Ishmael says we
Why
can
are
still pull
fish so
through.
smart? Because they swim in schools.
That one was a little bit better.
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려.
Alright, let's see here. I currently have 8 tremor.
다른 작업이 필요한가요?
And then I look over here and just go, so what's the setting? What's your party's motivation, goal, and why are you fighting what looks like random thugs? If I get that explained in order, I might know what's happening. I won't ask about the combat. I'll miss my train tomorrow if I ask questions about that. Okay, so basically, the city itself is a post-apocalyptic nation-state the size of either South Korea or Denmark, depends on who you ask. This whole group of operators right here, the Limbus company as it were, they're more or less in charge of scouring abandoned companies that were in charge of SCPs for their wish-granting
Why did the
powers.
ocean love to dance? It had, see, riot moves.
Aha! You know what, Noir, you get past through that. But yes, Golden Bows are essentially what the whole team is after in this regard. They're more or less just like, what's that? You remember I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream? They are basically the sap we use to get the milk of human kindness. Does that make sense? And then, why are we fighting random thugs? Because they are literally thugs. They're basically part of this group of 5 syndicates, which are basically mafias, called the Fingers. This one here is the middle, as in the middle finger, which is to say they are basically some of the roughest customers you could ever meet in any setting ever. If you do, it's almost assuredly death, so that's why this thing is so hard, you know? Let's see...
제압 실시.
And Gregor gets a kill. Let's go. Ishmael, who said you were allowed to miss your coin tosses? This isn't fear and hunger. What are you doing?
피어나라. 근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
Heathcliff with HP in a dream. I was about to say, you're talking about mine? No. If anything, Heathcliff has been holding his own this entire round, so... Let's see... What have you evaded? Why are you hopeless? Why are you running? Why are you running?
제압 실시.
And then he gets at least one. Ah, I got it. So whenever you lose an encounter with them, instead of F, I'll just say get fingered. If you do, I cannot promise you good things.
제압 완료.
그저 한 번 휘둘러 모두 쓸어버려.
By the way, Pequod Heathcliff has only one stagger threshold, so if he gets staggered once, he can't be staggered again. That's actually pretty nice. He can keep going the distance, angrily, like a rabid sea dog.
내 뒤로. 위험 요소 제거.
탈출 개체가 전문되었습니다.
Ah yes, good old metallic ringing. It brings me back to the days of Ruina. Also, I forgot the QoS for Dehenshin. I don't know how this is gonna go, considering where else we're streaming, but... It is the price we pay for at least putting it there. I really do want to upgrade this model at some point. I don't know when. I don't know why, I just know that Elfeld Valentine has existed in my brain for far too long. So, it's the post-apocalypse and you're the state appointed to scavengers. Not the state. If anything, the city in Project Moon's games are basically capitalist hell world, but at the same time, you're on the money in terms of scavenging, you know? We're allowed to work in of the sense that we're kind of just skirting by. No one else bothers us as long as we don't get involved. And then we get ourselves involved, which means everybody bothers us.
순식간에 끝내죠.
And then, of course, Heathcliff more or less doomed the party to deal with this situation because he stole a Primo Mafioso's hair coupons. I'm not making this up. It's one of the dumbest setups I've ever heard for this kind of series, but at the same time, it's extremely in character. For the world, I mean. I don't know if Heathcliff is a klepto like that, but at the same time, he makes me mad at the thought. Let's see. So, is it anarcho-capitalist hellscape or are states a thing? Technically, yes. It's more of a matter of every single district is in of itself its own nation with its own customs, its own rules, its own guidelines, that sort of thing. And they're more or less run by megacorps, if you know what I'm saying. To the point that they have their own weirdo miracle technology that more or less demands that they have corporate power, you know? And as we know, corporations are people too, therefore they are the people who run your lives. I wish I were making that up. It's to the point that literally the entire population of the city has apathy syndrome based on this, you know?
피워보지.
Literally, life is so tragic that even bigger tragedies kind of sweep and kind of fall to the wayside, you know? Man, I love getting brainwashed by N-Corp. This is true. They literally feed you canned memories to make you more culpable of brainwashing, you know? I think I understand this setting. It's literally just North Korea. It's literally just South Korea, but worse.
약화되는 것 같습니다.
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려.
Alright, let's see here. Where is our lineup? Yi-Sung has seen better days, of course. Faust is strangely trucking along just fine. Heath Quad is doing his job. As long as there are other sinners on the play, Ishmael can't die, Gregor is Gregoring. You are kind of just here for it. There's even a Cronenberg district. Is there? Or are we talking about N-Corp's district? Because I don't know what their deal is. I think they just turned themselves into Abnos as a weirdo de facto statement about humanity itself, you know? Yes, you know, Cromer is all about that dank robophobia. What's Cronenberg? Basically, it's based on the works of director David Cronenberg, in which he basically made giant monsters. When they say Cronenberg, they basically mean non-Euclidean geometry applied to flesh. I'm sure this makes no sense either way, but at the same time, it's the logic, it's the explanation I'm gonna work with.
피어나라.
It's like when you refer to things as John Carpenter monsters, you're thinking about The Thing. And then you think about Ghosts of Mars for half a second and just go, I don't want that. Hey look, Rhodia killed something, let's go. Not giant monsters, human flesh monsters. You get my point nonetheless. Alright then. Gregor can keep Gregoring as long as he does damage. You have 15 Tremor, which means you should go over here. I'm sure this will mean something, but I have yet to see it. Let's see. All flesh monsters are Cronenbergs, and all Cronenbergs are flesh monsters. So the district is monster themed. Not this one. This one is pirate themed. Literally, we're on the high seas, and this funny rave is just like, oh no, the middle have pirate ships. Don't ask why. It's pirates. It's literally all, what do you mean the high seas are evil? No, the Cronenberg district. Essentially, it's more that the company that's in the district is kind of responsible for making life a little bit worse for people because they hate the idea of technology sweeping over humanity so much that they're literally making propaganda in a can to stop it. And then they found SCPs and it all went to hell from there, you know? Alrighty then. What is the best way to deal with Ricardo? Because I do not know. It's fight after fight after fight. I'm losing my mind. Floor 5 is mentally unhealthy for your kids. Don't ever do it. Don't let your kids watch it. What? That's about where I'm at right now, so you know how I feel about it. Okay then, that payback makes me feel a certain way. I am thinking Gregor should go and deal with it. Also, like the train that turns people into a flesh carnival. The warp train is a little bit of an... It's hard to describe in a way that makes sense other than explaining it in a way that actually makes sense. Basically, it's just like, wow, I can't believe it. This bullet train takes you anywhere you want to go in seconds at a time. And it's just like, no, it doesn't. It literally does not. The thing of it is that the Lovetown train exists because, frankly speaking, everybody thought it would be more to the point if you could just suspend people in the train indefinitely in space and then sweep up their clone and then send them on their way. It's not a good system, but it's a system that exists. Also, the game's... I forgot. You should say something sooner. That's entirely my bad. This is what happens when I'm running off of scuff. Let's hope this doesn't stay a trend. And my boy is gone. Oh no. The tiny baby dimension 3, essentially, yes. And corrosion. I don't care no more. It's honestly a whole lot more Warhammer, but in a capitalist dystopia. Exactly. It's no longer theology. It's literally just money and power.
얼어버리면 아플 필요도 없어서.
He's on the ground and he still evades. What's wrong with this guy?
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려 보다 유리하지 않겠어.
And now we've entered integrity and hopelessness, but I don't even know at this point. Honestly, it's one of those things. It's just like the setting makes a really good backdrop for a lot of incidental stories for the people in it, you know? It's just like, hey, I can only explain so much without making a script. Also, if you want to heal, get fluid sac. You need... I wish I knew what these symbols actually were. I wish I knew their names, is my point. I'm hitting you with a thing. What kind of thing? A thing.
제압 실시.
Wow, that's actually really good damage. Where did that come from? Why can't I have more of it? And you crit for some reason. Where? What is the logic? And then proving the point, hey, look at that. He gets to do what he wants. Which is to say, I am trying my best to break his immersion. I think the symbols represent the 7 sins. Yes, this is true. It's just a matter of, I don't know specifically which one is which by name. I just know their color. Unfortunate. I wish they would actually label them. Purple is envy, sword, throne is pride, cloud is doom, leaf is gluttony, rock is sloth, and DNA symbol is lust. Red fire is wrath. Honestly, it's a little... What's the word I want to use? It doesn't make a ton of sense by that logic, but I could be looking at it by pedestrian standard, you know? I'm saying pedestrian because I don't have a better word for it at the moment. And then I ask you to omit representation yet again. Because I ain't got much else to work off of. It's... one of those things is just like, hey, look, I've lost 4 times already. I just want you to leave me alone.
탈출 개체 확인.
거기까지.
일반적인 상황에서 선택하지 않는 실패지만 이유가 있었으리라 생각하오.
If I was smart, I probably could have just sent Ishmael in there instead, but life is like that.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
Yeet. And then this is where we all go to hell. Or just Rhodia, that's also fun.
허파에 무거운 것이 가득 찰 것만 같은 기분이요.
This will do me no favors.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Not even giving me the chance to attack. Yeah, but it sounds like it's hard to explain the world since it's so obnoxious at times that when you're explaining basic things, it's too easy to drift off. Like when I explain Warhammer, I tend to explain the space elves. An evil goddess into existence. Like, if you know of interesting things, you want to mention them. And the setting is full of it. Anyway, that's how the setting is too, I think. If anything, it's better to explain that with a little bit more forethought, you know? Just like, if I'm not here to sell you on it, I'm more here to answer the questions about it, but it's just like, how do you even get to that point? It's one of those things, it's just like, I could tell you a lot more easily about Fate lore, because Fate lore is a lot less dense than people give it credit. But realistically, it's just a matter of, I am a little bit distracted by the idea of, I can't figure out what I need to do to make this guy leave me the hell alone, but that's what we're here to figure out, you know? Let's see here. What can I do to make you make sense? Which is to say, you should be out here. It should have been you, not her. It's not fair. Also, by the way, I forgot to say, but Ishmael is immortal as long as you have other allies alive. That is something I am trying to build around, and I wish I were better at it, but it seems like, hey, look at that, I want you to go one place, but then turn order says, no, you go this place. Which means I have to abide by turn order, and it's just like, yeah, I should have been doing that to begin with. What's wrong with me? A lot of things. Namely, just the idea that I do not like this fight. Let's see. Most never find that out. Yeah, I kind of found it out pretty early on, just off the idea of, what do you mean this girl cannot die? Ooh. What do you mean this girl is pulling a shock centipede, and for some reason or another, they're not really explaining themselves well. Alrighty then, come on, England. Rack up some in scores. Okay, real question. I may or may not have a real answer for you. It all depends on what are you talking about. Is this a pay-to-win fight or what? I don't want to believe so considering, but at the same time, I am just of a mind of this game is unbalanced. This particular fight is unbalanced. Like, granted, I know for a fact that certain bosses had to be nerfed after a certain point in earlier chapters, but this just feels like it's there to punish you. Project Moon difficulty scaling is vertical as always. Here's an idea, Duck. Answer me this. Is the actual dungeon of this chapter harder? Or is it more just a matter of this is a puzzle boss? Also, I forgot to make a finger joke, but now I got more time to come up with a more creative one. At least, don't make it wow. Don't make it too sexual. Let's see. I'm asking very nicely, can you stock the prey for me? The dungeon mode is harder. Crazy. I'm over here just thinking to myself, I just want to get out of Ricardo's crazy boat trip, but they're not letting me, and that's kind of the issue. Also, how much does the pass cost? Like $10, but at the same time, you're getting pretty much everything you can get by grinding for the particular season, you know? It's more just a matter of you're not paying to win, you're paying to get it faster, if that makes sense. Come on, England. I'm gonna keep saying it. You cannot stop me. Wow, even Gregor gets to go in favorable. I like that. There is a floor 5 boss app where you literally can't get to turn 2 with at least 1 death. Wow. Well then how do you avoid it? More importantly, how do you actually fight something like that? These are important things I gotta know, because hey, look at that. I'm beginning to think we might not actually get to do this again tonight, and I'm mad about that.
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려 보다 유리하지 않겠어.
Hope it doesn't roll heads, that's what. Ah, yes, the difficulty curve is a... You know what? The best way to describe it is that one quote from Blade that just goes, some always trying to ice skate uphill. That's what this is right now. I am the one with skates. Good. Give me more of those and I may actually be happy.
그 정도인가?
I was about to say, unleash some violence, please.
제압 완료.
다소 유리하구려.
You nut. If you roll all coins heads, it gets 41 coin power. Why? Also, you just went to the Limbus Reddit about this fight and it's crackling you. What are they saying over there? Are they agreeing with me that Korean Johnny Cage is a kind of a dog fight? I think so. The pimped up schmuck is built like a brick wall, hits like Dio Brando with a road roller, and has more HP than Rasputin would ever aspire to. That is apt. I cannot say that none of this is incorrect. I hate Ricardo so much. It's even worse that he comes in a point of the story where he has nothing to do.
다소 유리하구려.
I feel pretty good about this particular round, though. Everybody is dead and we are living. It's the way it should be.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
And Faust is generating tremors, so you know. I just need them to survive a little bit more. By the way, you can literally take hits with Ishmael. If you get her to 1 HP, she can't be staggered or killed. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind for Ricardo. She hits hard, she tanks with her face. That's the immediate thing I need to keep in mind. So, is he like superhuman or is it Yakuza style? This regular guy is super tough, and with tough, they mean mostly immune to firearms. A little of both of them, gonna be honest. It's weird. It's like this is the North Star logic, where some people are just straight up super mutants, but it's honestly one of those things. It's just like the only way I can describe it is some people are just bad enough dudes so they can do whatever they want. It's like the stray dogs. It's just like, by that point in Library of Ruina, you're just like, the most you're used to is some random 20-something from a literal slum trying to get information for his dead-end job, you know?
순식간에 끝내죠.
From what I'm reading, everyone in the Reddit says blunt IDs are essential. I hope that's what I have. I don't know if Rhodia is blunt, but she's holding her own, you know. Also, hey, look at that. The TTS is actually getting better at picking up my voice to the point that it actually said Rhodia. Good for you, machine.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아 있다면 생명은 어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
And then we go machine. On back now. One of these days it'd be nice to play Ultra Kill on stream. I need to get better at playing Ultra Kill. I spent my entire childhood never playing FPS games because family was weird about it, and I'm just like, there's literally Call of Duty a house away. What are you talking about? Use some egos, go ham on him when he's defensive. Yeah, that sounds accurate. I don't know why I'm trying to use ego on this random schmuck, but
피워보지.
the important thing is that Gregory is here to tank, not much else.
피어나라.
That should have staggered. I feel robbed. I think this fight is actually easier with 2 to 3 sinners because if Ricardo does an AoE, if the AoE only focuses Ishmael slots weights, you get a free turn. The only problem would be getting Ricardo without getting killed by wave 1 and 2 with little bros. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. It's just like, I could probably do the spice brush method, but that's only good for killing ads, isn't it? It's just one of those things, is just like, you could get away with a lot if you have a lot. I don't think I have a lot is my problem. Hex Nail, though. This is not Fluid Sac, but it's something. I want to see what it does. It's not like I have anything else but Telepole, so you know. Ignore the tank goons at the final and bum rush the boss when he starts to dodge. Drop it. I mean, couldn't be any worse than fighting a boss in Warframe. And by that I mean Eidolon grinding is literally the nth degree of paradoxical game design, because I need you to actually give me things so I can actually use your mechanics to get more Eidolons, but at the same time, you're not letting me fight the Eidolons because you're not letting me grind in a way that makes sense. And nobody out here actually wanting to do things on the plains is actually good at making a party, so you know, it's a lose-lose, lose-lose-lose, lose.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Apparently everyone is saying that N-Corp Sinclair makes it easy. I guess we're gonna have to see how he actually holds up if we lose this again, you know? That boy really do be insane, and that gives him power.
거기까지.
And then Gregor makes an editorial piece for The Guardian.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
Well, it's staggered at least, but it's not great. That pierce fragility is good, though.
저들이 주품.
I don't think any of us can pierce, though. It's a distinct possibility, but I don't think it's there. This is fine.
탈출 개체 확인.
Just gotta make sure everybody gets a little bit of something to do. And then she unleashes violence because that's what we love to see.
자, 한 건 했고.
다소 유리하구려.
Alright then. Slow goings, but at the same time, we're building resources, so I cannot complain. Better yet, you belong over here. I even watched tutorials, but this guy is still unbeatable for me, and I have level 40 IDs. I can't even deal half of the damage required to stagger him. I feel like I'm actually required right now to pull for end clear because all my characters deal 2 small damage to defeat this guy. Wow. Sounds to me like everybody agrees in the fact that this fight is literally and it's even worse considering the idea of I've only used end clear once for memes, and it's not the greatest feeling. I don't know how he works. Greetings. Hello, Heyo335. As you can see, I am struggling with my darndest, but also experimenting with multi-streaming. As you can see, I am trying this to make it work. I have mostly everybody at max health except for Rhodia, who is more or less just here to do memes and stuff, but it's more just a matter of I want something that makes sense. And I wish it wasn't her having to take this hit, but at the same time though, if Ishmael can go and do it, that's better. But at the same time, that'd be skipping out on a dominating hit, and that makes me sad. Let's see. In summary, Unga, obliterate him hard with this Unga. We need the sole bad guy strat, which is to say, Bandit Bringer him until he cries. Ah. My buttons. It's possible without end clear, of course, yep. If anything, people told me DHE Rhodia was probably goated for this as well, but I've tried it, it did not work. It's more just a matter of show me the receipts. I have yet to see it. Alright then, Gregor does what he does best and guard against the fodder. And I call them fodder as if it's a matter of them being weak. No, I just don't want to deal with them. And then, I mean, Heathquad could just make this guy regret being born. I mean, it's not the smartest play, but it's a play. And then she staggers because yes. And you get the payback anyway because life is cruel like that.
어떤 사람들은 상처를 통해 성장한다고 하오. 나의 벗들도.
Alright, now the strategy demands that I try my best to break this man's guard. Which is to say, I cannot imagine that being true, but we're gonna try anyway. I just want him to be less defensive.
내 팔은 연에 있었어.
Okay, that's actually pretty good. Can I have more is the question.
모든 결과들은 하우스가 알아요.
Oh, if only you stack that. Beautiful. And yet, for some reason, it's still not even close. Ah.
또다시 돌아오겠구려. 그 잠시만.
Alright, now here is the game that we have to play. Right now, he's gonna... Oh, wait, no, he's not actually there yet. Alright, then be that way. I am asking very nicely for you to let me survive for half a second, so I can try my best to just not deal with your nonsense. Well, I feel unopposed, but at the same time, how true is that?
그 자식은 아직 살아있을 거야.
Alright, that's pretty alright.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
Alright, that's one stagger at least.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
And in true Yi-Song fashion, Crow's Eye View does not do a lot, but at least it's something. Yow! Yow! Oh no, my damage dealer. Alright, let's see. Once again, the issue is how fast am I? Not fast enough to deal with this, it seems. It lasts 2 turns. Oh. What do you mean by that? I'm sorry, I am in another place right now fighting for my life. I don't necessarily understand. Oh hey, look, she beat it out anyway.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오? 허파에 무거운 것이 가득 찰 것만 같은 기분이.
Okay. How close are you to staggering? I cannot tell like this. I mean, that's not bad, it's not great either.
순식간에 끝내죠.
This is still fine. I just need you to stagger for me.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
I just need you to stagger for me. Hey, look at that. Ah.
시들 수밖에.
실패.
첩첩산중이로
True to form, I get one victory and then it's immediately stolen from me.
돌아가 새로운 길을
Such is life.
낫지 않겠는가, 관리자.
순식간에 끝내죠.
이 안에 담아주지.
And then they use weak sauce moves like that just to make it go, hey, we could have given you a break, but no. You know what? It won't work, but I'm curious all the same.
순식간에 끝내죠.
보고 싶네.
이상한 귀기가 골수 있지 들어오는 것이었소.
우육면
Yeah, that. I guess you still have to figure it out. I hope that wasn't too sexual. If at all, I'll send you Careless Whisper to apologize later. You can do that. I won't have to listen to you, but well, you're welcome to do that. I'm over here just thinking to myself, life could be a dream if some of you actually pulled your weight, but unlucky with the first turn with Ricardo, not gonna lie. I'm unlucky in general. Hey, look, everybody grips. Everybody grips. It should have been me, not him. Not really, though. She is literally the CEO of 4chan in this ID.
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주죠.
Now, before I do anything else, is there any other ridiculous nonsense I should be trying with this strat? Because I'm of a mind of I don't use N Sinclair. I've never had to use N Sinclair. I'm just over here like, I am very tired of this man. I want to take him by his red hair and just cast him into the sea where the whales are. You were borrowing Faust? Yes. In my strategy, Faust is for tanking. But everybody else is like, Faust is for blunting. And I'm over here like, I only have so much I can do. They sure don't let me have any damage, that's for sure. I do... Wait. I do have 7 Faust, but she's more for slashing, right? Well, you want to know the clear condition for this, right? Basically lasts for 3 turns, right? Because that's what I've heard. Just like, hey, look at that. Make it make sense. To be honest, changing tactics or doing something else would be very high on my list. Question. Stagger Ricardo 3 times. Oh, hell, you expect me to do that? No. They're definitely not giving me enough to work off of, you know? Get Ricardo to about half health. You're asking the impossible of me. You're asking me to be able to do that when, frankly speaking, I haven't been able to do any damage, but I don't know, maybe the Edgelord could actually do something about that. It's hard to say is my point. If anything, it's just like, I want to build a whole blunt team, but it is definitely a thing that makes me sad.
가자, 죽이러.
It's just one of those things, it's just like, teach me the ways of being good at this game. And I mean that without having to spend money. Reindeer Ishmael shines here too. I mean, if I can figure out how to do her funny mind whip stuff, but you're probably right. Wait. Where are you? Okay, you're favored with all of them, I understand. I wanted domination, but this is fine. Also, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily Lou Ishmael that's essential, more so Ishmael with Blunt, but she lives through it nonetheless. Appears smart, so either way. Let's see, where can we go with this? In a world where Queequeg from Moby Dick becomes the man you see before you right now, one man stood to ask, where the hell am I going with this? Nowhere. That's where. That's good damage, though. I'm sure it's gonna bite me if I abuse it, but still. Polar Ishmael is all Pierce, you love to see it. Pierce in every video game possible is really good, especially Shin Megami Tensei, but it's one of those things just like, yes, it's the reason. It's one of those things that, it's one of those words that just immediately boosts serotonin levels, you know? Alrighty then, one of you is staggered. One of you is staggered. coercion of judgment does not actually work. Hey, look, one of you is dominated over here. Faust. And knows some outcomes about this. She knows no income. Why do you think she works as a barista as volunteer work? And then you could probably guard over there to make it easier for Heathquad to actually do something. With this neutrality he's got. Wow, that is big damage. Alright, so far Lou, Ishmael, and Enkler seem to be doing the most damage. That is what I'm seeing so far. It's just like, I need one of you to actually be there in case she needs a striker, you know? Ideally, everyone should be pulling their weight, but it's more a matter of, can you at least pull yourself to the front line and not die from it, you know? That is ultimately what we're here to find out. Will it blend? That is the question. Rabbit Heathcliff shredded his ass for me. I do have Rabbit Heathcliff. I could probably up-tie for him right now and see if he's good, but at the same time, it's more a matter of I just want to be able to move on. You're on a post on that one, so why not take it? The problem with our Heath is getting him to Ricardo with full ammo. And it's not like you can skip somebody's turn, right? Oh, I wanted that to stagger so badly. Good thing his defense is an evade, right? I should be using that more. It's just like, hey, look at that, my warp girls didn't actually do it. I have no one who can evade except Yisung, but honestly, that's kind of where I've been struggling. It's just like, I don't use the win rate damage buttons for much of anything. I should be able to use my full kit more. The problem is that my full kit may betray me at times, mostly because I do not actually show it the affection it deserves. Oh boy, Juicy Stagger, my favorite. Also, Syncwood is the best evade unit, and she's a 2-star ID, so she's easy to get. I wish that were true. Because I'll be honest here, I've been struggling for rolls for no reason at all. Probably because I haven't been using Lunacy. I really would just like to 10 pull right after this fight, just to see if there's something there, you know? Either way, I'm just struggling nonetheless in this game so far. At least it makes me feel better than Fake Grand Order, where it's literally railroaded to make you pay money to get the funny 5-star unit, and those rates are terrible. Make you wonder why didn't China crack down on these rates in the first place, but I don't even know. You got Syncutus on a 1 roll, well, good for you. I've been struggling the entire time she's been out. I swear, Yisung, I need you to hit something.
해제했습니다.
다소 유리하구려.
Even Faust is out damaging you. What is the issue, my guy? It's not like we didn't go through an entire chapter of us unlocking your tragic backstory for you to fall behind.
보호합니다.
다 죽어라.
위험 요소 제거.
금방의 싸움.
Right now, she's the best evade unit. She gets more evade power, and the faster she is to the enemy, and if she evades, she stagger threshold gets lowered as well, as well getting poise for each evade. Here's a question I have. How good is P-Quad Yesong? Because I've seen some nutty things happen with that. It's more just a matter of I don't know, because I'm not able to experiment with stuff I don't have. He's pretty good? That sounds pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Just like the idea that I'm not gonna lie, Faust being favored is a funny joke.
피어나라. 나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
Decent. Literally just R Heath's skill 3 on a skill 2 for a 2-star ID. Isn't it nice though? Sometimes this game really does say, hey, if you can't do it with one thing, do it with another.
유감 없는 싸움.
Sometimes even weaker stuff gets the stuff that stronger stuff can't do, and I find that interesting. Well, I don't mean stronger, more so rarer. You know? It's more rare, therefore it should be more powerful, but that's not always how it works. And frankly speaking, I think I prefer it that way. But then again, sometimes you get duds like Sun Shower Heathcliff. And then it all just kind of falls apart, this logic. Wow, she is favored by the world. Interesting.
내 뒤로.
Now here's the main question I have. I see Enclair losing sanity, but at the same time, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because I've heard he gets stronger with less, but at the same time, I'm not looking for him to corrode, you know? Hobo Cliff is strong if you know how his mechanics work. It sounds to me like most people don't.
다소 유리하구려.
Oh boy, domination from Yisung. A thing that the fandom does not believe is actually real. Low sanity makes his coins roll more tails. And that's a bad thing, right? Okay, have to manage his sanity. Good to know. I'm just over here like, hey, look at that. Would you like to take a break, my guy? Probably not.
피워보지.
That's a good thing because he loses power on heads. Okay, fair enough. Insanity is his superpower, just like the book. What do you mean that Emil Sinclair started World War I with the literal mark of Cain? I need to read this book.
다소 유리하구려.
Oh, by the way, you can do this fight with just Lou, Ishmael, and Sinclair, because even if he corrodes, it's still and hits Ishmael, she's immortal. I will take your word on that. As long as we actually get to see something happen, you know? More a matter of, hey, look at that. If he dies, we all die. And I'm not sure how I feel about that.
순식간에 끝내죠.
위험 요소 제거.
가져가라. 상황은 일촉즉발.
Then again,
언제까지
I'm of the impression less units means more coins for them, so there's definitely a strat in that. It's more a matter of I tend to be one of the unlucky sods who just feels the need to go in with a full deck, you know? I don't like playing ridiculous strats. I just want to be able to play the game and win. Which is to say, hey Ishmael, could you tank with your face again for me?
키워보지.
Wow. I hate that.
시들 수밖에 없으면
What was the absolute point of you immediately gunning for Yi-Sung like that? FYI, I went back and watched the episode of Worth It with the golden pizza, and the chef literally said we use the best ingredients regardless of the cost, which immediately gets disproven with the fact that he puts gold on pizza. Yeah, we love lying. I also love that this man is corroded now, and I'm just like, but why? Actually, you know what? Once again, spy units should be guarding. You need to teach this man regret. And then you target everybody but who's important. Why are you like this, my guy?
순식간에 끝내죠.
Maybe he sourced the tastiest gold. It's a distinct possibility.
이 안에 담아주지.
당신을 인도해주지 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
Well, at least it's going for my tanks. Yow.
어떤 사람들은 상처를 통해
His lantern corrosion targets the most HP. Good to know.
그러리라.
I'm scared. And now we're at 0 sanity, which is to say it's hopeless. As good as it's gonna get, I think so.
내 뒤로.
난내 충전.
Also, oh, it's been a while. I wanted to push my hands through the screen and shake somebody really hard. Yeah, I can definitely get that for sure. Just like, why can't you make real fruit that's good? Yow! Yow!
이상한 귀기가
Hey, look at that. 3 of my teammates are staggered. I love it here. I love that I have no speed either. Let's do something about that.
불길 속으로.
찌르 죽여주마.
And then he was too slow for evade. Yeah.
허파에 무거운 것이 가득 찰 것만 같은 기분이요.
Although, I'm a little surprised he only has 2 attacks, but I don't know. Everything about this is dicey. I'd say reset, to be honest. Yeah, if that is the case, then frankly speaking, it's not worth it to waste people's time if this is the way it's gonna go. I am 2 hours in, 3 hours in fact, and I have not made a single bat of progress. That's how bad this fight actually is.
젠장. 어째서?
Wow, my man really went out here and said... I was about to say, what is that emote? I do not understand. Either way, I am going to try the funny thing, what says I might as well just rubber band as hard as possible. How does that make you feel, Chad? Because I'll be honest, it feels like garbage. What blunt egos do you have so far? I cannot tell you for sure. It's just like, hey, look at that. I only have Blossom Star and Snag Harpoon on Ishmael, so you know. Roseate Desire has not done a damn thing for me. Try not to die to the little bros. I'ma do my best.
제가 앞에 서죠.
I just want to see it through.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아 있다면
Demand brute forcing.
어떻게라도 보존될 테니. 불길 속으로.
This is still fine.
걱정 마시오.
This is more attack power than I'm used to getting, so...
생명은 어떻게
And then we're immediately put in struggle. Why, though? What about you makes you feel the need to make me this upset? I don't get it.
불길 속으로.
Also, why are we fighting with just 2 sinners? The idea is that with less sinners, that means we get to do more with one specific sinner, you get me? Which is the idea right here. Just let Sinclair vent his frustrations on the entire thing by himself. It's not healthy, but then again, that's the plan.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
순식간에 끝내죠.
And then he completely misses.
좋아.
Also, literally only target attacks that target Sinclair. Understandable. Let's see. What does this say? Uh-huh. 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 Womp. Womp. Womp womp. Am I going to get sued for copyright infringement? No. I have no money. Also, you can make Sinclair one-side the enemies and let Ishmael take all the damage.
순식간에 끝내죠.
If anything, it's just like, if that's how it's gonna be, I can just put her on guard duty and let him go to town, but I am curious to see where this goes nonetheless. Into the 1-point health pool, I get you.
좋아. 어떤 사람들은 상처를 통해 성장한다고 하오. 나의 벗들도 그러리라 믿소.
This is still fine.
불길 속으로.
It's a little less fine.
가죽어라. 가죽어라. 근방의 싸움은 우수했소.
Honestly, you can use base Ishmael for this strat, and I'd argue she's better. I don't have her leveled is the problem. What do you mean that they left base IDs to the curb? It'd be like that.
순식간에 끝내죠. 보냈고.
I was about to say, why are you not dead?
근방의 싸움은 우수.
Doesn't matter, her job is tanking after all. Fair enough. If she cannot die, then frankly speaking, she cannot die, but you know how it is. I am having a bad day.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Why none of you staggered is a question I don't think I have it in me to press, you know? This is fine.
훌륭하오. 이외에 특별히 첨언할 일도 없고. 좋아. 좋아. 근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
And then he corrodes, which is fine because I think we could just go on and not think about it. I want to believe that's the case at least.
순식간에 끝내죠.
And then he didn't target Ishmael. Let's go.
그저 한 번 휘둘러 모두 쓸어버리구려.
And then cleanup is easy. And then here comes the hard part, because I am not sure how I feel about this nonetheless.
이어질 리 없어.
Which is to say, unopposed, unopposed. Reasonable. It's not my favorite, but it's reasonable. And then there's this stupid ass payback coin, and it's just like, yeah, I'll take what I can get, I guess. We give Sinclair a cookie after this. He gets the whole jar.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Well, there goes my whole strat.
피는 근사하지 않소. 버틀의 혈이 낭자하는 모습이 좋지만 동료들이 침침해 보여.
Like I said, there goes my whole goddamn strat. I hate it here.
순식간에 끝내죠. 우육면.
Yeah, maybe next time just defend with Enclair if he's targeting him and just make him attack the ads. I was under the impression I should ignore the ads, but I get what you mean. This works better than it should, but at the same time it's a matter of execution. Either way. I suppose this is the life we live now. Strategery or something. Should have corroded an ego, or so he corrodes or something? I mean, probably. Mostly to avoid the payback damage, I get you.
최선을 다해 지켜낼게요.
It's one of those things, it just has me like, I don't know. Knowing is half the battle, and I feel half past I don't get to know. So if anything, I thank you for your patience and advice in this.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아있다면 생명은 어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
Alright then. Wow, you are being targeted by everyone and everything. Let's do our best to fix that.
불길 속으로.
And I still feel like that should have been at least one stagger.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
If ego corrodes, and it's preferably Lantern, so he heals when using it, stagger won't matter. Understandable. If anything, it sounds to me like I should be overclocking it when I get the chance, but I will keep that in mind for when we're actually there. Wow, you're also struggling? Ah. Wait, no. Should be there, but...
순식간에 끝내죠.
Either way, I'm just looking at it and going, it's for the build-up more than anything.
제가 묻었네요.
적확한 한압이었어.
좋아.
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려 보다 유리하지 않겠어.
Corroding strat works too, though you don't have the resources you will need to time his sanity reduction. This is a lot, if I'm gonna be honest with you, but I'm trusting the process. If only chat delay weren't delayed, but life is like that.
순식간에 끝내죠.
좋아.
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려 보다 유리하지 않겠어.
불길 속으로. 그 오물을
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
불길 속으로. 그 오물을 가져가라.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
Okay, now what is this? I was told there would be lantern, not stew, but we'll find out anyway. What's the worst that can happen? This one isn't AoE, is it? As if it is, hell, but life is not doing me any favors tonight. Wait, what? What do you mean I get target right in the solar plexus?
순식간에 끝내죠.
Honestly, there's something a little bit funny to me. It's just like, ooh, the funny soup cauldron with bat wings just wants to pop a little bit of it into your mouth. It's just like, a little dab will do ya. And that dab immediately burns your throat right down to the, right through to the ceiling. And it's just like, why? I don't like these guys. Their smug aura perplexes me.
첩첩산중이로군. 뿔뿔이 흩어지는 것보다는 돌아가 새로운 길을 모색하는 것이 낫지 않겠는가, 관리자.
Well, we have 3 coins for this dude. Why don't we use them? See if we don't get killed for using them.
불길 속으로. 좋아. 그 오물을 가져가라.
Well, that's one win at least.
첩첩산중이로군. 뿔뿔이 흩어지는 것보다는 돌아가 새로운 길을 모색하는 것이 낫지 않겠는가, 관리자.
순식간에 끝내죠.
가져가라.
Oh, you should be gone by now, but why?
불길 속으로. 그 오물을 가져가라.
상황은 일촉즉발이여. 언제까지고 이어질 리 없으니 간단해 보이는 게 좋겠소만.
Alright then. My point is that I am concerned, and I wish not to be. All I know is the big brother is kind of a brother. And frankly, I want him to go back to school to learn how to do this, but if I can clash, I can at least save myself a little bit of headache, right? That would be the ideal situation. Now the real question is, with these this Domineer and Payback coin, I should be focused straight on Ishmael with that, right? Now that I have all of her. Also, Ishmael can clash. Exactly. That is the thing I'm trying to check. Because, hey, look at that. I see it, but at the same time, he's gunning for Sinclair. So, you know, it's one of those things that's just like, hey, look at that. You show me one thing, and then I show you another. As long as Enclair doesn't attack, because Enclair is faster. Good to know.
불길 속으로.
Oh, I hate that. Everything makes sense until it doesn't.
동료들이 침침해 보여.
And then there was this, which is to say, you're fine as is. It's making you focus Ishmael instead.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Also, yo, how's it going for you? Not great. We've been here 3 hours. I am trying to use cheese strats, and frankly, the cheese strat is full of holes.
피는 근사하지 않소. 버틀의 혈이 낭자하는 모습이 좋지는 않구려.
And now here comes the immediate question of how and why do we do this? Time to go all out and hope for the best. I mean, don't clash. One side with everyone. Alrighty then. Okay. Give me. Stop it. Thank you. Now I want to believe this should do something here. The question is exactly what, and if I can get away with it without touching this damn kicking card. Actually, no, he is going for Ishmael, so I mean, make Ishmael attack with her attacks too. I mean, otherwise Payback will hit him. Okay, fair. I'm just trying to make it make sense in my own head, I guess. Okay, so I look at that. So you are in places that don't make sense. If you fail to stagger him here, I'd say restart and try again. It's double up and give it to the next one. So just try to go all out and stagger him if you say so, which means Ishmael goes to the back.
순식간에 끝내죠.
And there's that payback. Wow, that is strangely close. And there's the stagger. Imagine that. Where was this before?
동료들이 침침해 보여.
And soup.
그대로 묵묵히 나아가는 것은 바람직하지 않겠소만.
Which means I just get to do what I want, I guess. Hopefully. They can't focus us like this, can they? Or at the very least, I can do it like that, right? Just make them focus Ishmael. It's fine, right? Vote now with your funny cellular device. Press 1 to say it's Jover, or press 2 to say we're so back. Just make Ishmael take over those targeting Sinclair only. Alrighty then. Sounds to me like that's the idea. Make her use the other attacks. Make her use the other attacks aimed for Ricardo. Okay, so what you're saying is don't pop ego right now. And just basically wail on Ricardo. Is that what I'm hearing? Or should I at least be trying to make this guy pay more attention to me? Okay. Wait, what? Okay, I need to look at this again, because I see... This is what I want to make more sense. Alright, are we good? 1 or 2, as said before. Defend with Ish if they're attacking Sinclair, otherwise don't take over the attacks and aim for Ricardo. Okay. If that is the case... then like this is what I'm hearing, is that correct? Because I'll be honest here, this is where the confusion lies. No clash with the attacks that are targeting Sinclair only. I swear. This is me fighting the UI, it feels like, but let's see. I want you to be here. Okay, based on that, you should be here. And then based on that, it should all make sense again. Which is to say, you can defend on this one. Right? And now we wail on Ricardo. Unless there's something else I'm screwing up. See, this is what I want. No more red. This should be fine. I hope. I say as I immediately remember, hey, what is this thing over here? It's brain fog, that's what it is. You would think they'd stagger to that. There we... Oh, boy, that's gonna hurt, isn't it? How many clashes can Ishmael win in the frozen time? Alrighty then, that looks like hair coupons out of 10. I am scared. Now the real question is, if the idea is to defend Sinclair on his path to vengeance, how is it that we're actually going to pull through in this regard? Because this is the thing I'm most concerned with. It's just like, swear vengeance on what? My lack of speed? Focus only on the defense and ignore the evade skill. Alrighty then, that sounds more like what I was seeing before, and I'm going for it. Wait. Okay, that's more coins. Good. I need more power. Oh, you son of... Oh, wait, no, he's still staggered. Alright. This is fine. We won with burn? Alrighty then. I love Ishmael. Good. Also, we get to go all in. What about this little brother over here with 1 HP? Experiencing the futility of your struggles with life all by yourself, handsome? Oh. And I still lose? Never mind, alright.
너무나 멀쩡하게. 내 손질받았어야 할 어느 날의 머리는 다신 그러지 못할 텐데.
Can my clock even make a difference against someone so overwhelmingly powerful? My legs began to shake. Strategy, resurrections, it all seems completely meaningless against this onslaught. Even my wife is afraid. Faust's voice calling my name has never sounded more hollow. Speak fast.
다른 수를 생각해야 할 겁니다. 저는 또다시 신체 활동을 멈출 것이기에 효과적으로 무언가를 조언하기는 어려울 겁니다. 그리고 중지의 저자는 금방 당신까지 처리할 생각을 하겠죠.
What?
중지 소속과 얽히는 것은 예정에 있어서는 안 되는 일이었습니다. 당신이 시계를 몇 번이나 돌리던 결과는 같을 것이고, 저자가 히스클리프를 이리저리 죽이는 것이 실증이 나면 곧 당신의 머리를 부수러 오겠죠. 단테, 머리 뒤에 있는 조그만 버튼을 짧게 또 길게 번을 누른 후
I'd grown accustomed to a total annihilation. We've had plenty on our journey here. The sinners always gave their lives to learn our enemies' weaknesses or patterns, while I worked out a strategy from the rear. And the answer would always be somewhere within our reach. Slowly but surely, we'd figure out the answer, and for that promise of an answer, the sinners rose again. But this time was
말씀드린 방법대로 수행하시면 당신의 머리에는 30초의 유예 시간 후, 쉽게 말해 자폭입니다. 황금 가지가 적대 세력의 손에 넘어가는 것을 대비하기 위해 마련되었던 최후의 대응 방법입니다. 폭발의 범위는 크지 않지만 그 열과 강도는 굉장히 강하여 도시의 별에 해당하는 것들도 녹여버릴 수 있죠.
What about Virgilius? He said he'd come help before my head.
말씀하시면서 알아채신 것 같군요. 현 상황을 알릴 수단도 설령 안다고 해도 앞으로 2시간 가까이 저희에게 오실 방법이 없습니다.
What about the sinners? When I'm gone, you guys are...
알고 있어요. 제 세계는 여기서 끝이 나겠죠. 그러니 최후에 다다를 때서야 말씀드리는 방법입니다.
I could keep her running anyway. I'll take a boat and try to stay alive until the laws of the excellence Virgilius cross the borders and...
확률이 완전히 0이라고 할 수는 없겠죠. 하지만 기대값이 낮습니다.
This was the second time after Siegfried. The overwhelming sense of dread is so overwhelming that it breaks even our fighting spirits. The incident with Siegfried was humiliating, but he wasn't there to obliterate us. He was just there to teach us a lesson. But this man, he's not going to stop until he's completely broken every sinner's will, until he's satisfied, until the humiliation the middle faced is recuperated. He will kill.
LCB는 여기까지더라도 세계, 아니 림버스 컴퍼니는 존속되어야 합니다. 단테 결단을.
재밌는 게 다 있네. 몸은 다 터져나갔으면서도 눈빛은 죽지도 않고 계속 일어서려고 하는군.
이딴 것들 때문에.
역시 째깍째깍 돌아가면 시체가 되살아나는군. 세상 참 좋아졌네. 근데 저런 기술이 도시에 있어도 되는 거였나? 돌아가면 큰 누님에게 물어봐야겠군.
Ishmael, we can't win. I'm sure Ishmael knew that better than anyone. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the same thing.
닥쳐요. 지랄 말고 계속 살려요.
다음 기회에 계속
살려. 다시.
Ishmael and I were nothing more than entertainment to him. With every turn of the clock, with every revival, he howled with laughter and clapped with joy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am a little bit redeemed in this regard. Not the fight.
당연한 결과죠.
God help me the fight. But at the same time, though, this felt a little bit
그렇겠죠.
easier to swallow with the idea of we're forced to lose. I hate it. I hate it so much that it's so in character with what I'm expecting of this company. It's just like, I really am just over here in a stupefied state of... Your wife. And they really did try to kill my wife. I'm not happy. I'm not feeling glad. I do not have sunshine in a bag. I feel a little bit useless if I'm gonna be honest with you. And then the Big Brother 2 live on CBS.
Boy, what are you saying?
좋아. 이번엔 선글라스를 스쳤어. 하지만 다음 기회에
내가 얼마나 많은 파도를 넘어왔는데 목숨만 무한정이면 어디까지라도.
The mist thickens. It expands, devouring everything. Our futures, our hopes, and any slim chance of victory we had. And so does the fog of my sight, of my mind. Will this continue until either Ishmael gives up, or until he gets tired of this little game? Until he simply walks over and crushes my clock. Could Virgilius piece my shattered clock back? Is that even possible? If I did as Faust told me and blew up my head, not even a shred of me would be...
슬슬 똑같은 말만 들으니 지루해져 가는데. 메인 이벤트, 시계 부수기로 가볼까?
안 돼! 단테! 뛰어요! 어떻게든 도망쳐!
이 지경을 다 겪어도 아직 다리를 붙잡고 매달릴 정도면 당신 엄청 소중한 사람인가 보다.
관리자는 단테는 안 돼!
Could I press the button? Is that really going to be my last ever thought? There was a distant sound, like an answer to my question. That solemn sound told clearly through the blinding fog. It was a skiff, one much smaller, much more modest than ours. From beyond the misty veil, the skiff slowly glided across the water in our direction. On it was a solitary figure holding an R. A giant harpoon was attached to the bow of the ship. The big brother of the middle, who could probably break that puny skiff in half with his bare hands, stares at it in stunned silence. It became clear that the skiff didn't float here by accident. When the figure on the boat began gently rowing in our direction, through the mist, we saw something flash atop the skiff. The figure hurled something in our general direction. It flew so fast, no human eye could catch it. I didn't even have the time to register that something was thrown before I noticed that something was piercing the big brother's left shoulder. Then, a powerful shockwave, far mightier than anything the pirates had fired earlier, struck us. The air itself quaked. It was not a distance that most people would even think about jumping across, but the figure leaped over from the skiff to the lobotomy corp branch gracefully and with agility. The man from the middle, who so far had appeared unassailable, stumbled and fell to his knees, his shoulders skewered.
당신...
That's when I finally noticed that what the figure had thrown was a harpoon. A harpoon too immense to be thrown by a mere person, let alone at such a blinding speed. That hooded figure's arm was wreathed in a familiar light.
영감탱이. 호수에서 물고기나 잡는 줄 알았는데 색을 달고 나서 기어코 청새치 고래 하나 잡았다더니 이젠 눈에 뵈는 게 없어서 중지도 고래로 보이나? 나를 공격한다는 게 어떤 뜻인지는 알만한 사람일 텐데 말이야.
중지도 고래와 다를 바 없지. 하지만 여기 온 것은 그 때문이 아니야. 그저 놓쳤던 고기를 잡으러 왔다네.
아무렴 그러시겠지. 중지는 반드시 잊지 않고 기억한다는 걸 알고 있겠지?
뭐 그 밴댕이 소갈머리 같은 책에 남는 공간이 있다면 적은 옷에는.
The old man tugs at the harpoon lodged in the big brother's shoulder. The big brother tried to hold his ground against the harpoon's pull until there was a crunch.
버티면 부서진다네.
The harpoon tore his entire shoulder with it. It was a force that would have turned most people into tattered meat.
썩어도 준치군. 다음은 어떨까?
그래, 좋아, 좋다고. 물러가지. 하지만 기억하는 게 좋을 거야. 중지는 늘 기억해. 내가 했던 일은 중요하지 않아. 중지에게 등을 돌린 놈들은 중지가 반드시 기억하고 잊지 않는다. 그리고 무조건 되갚아준다. 그게 어떤 형태든 간에.
Ishmael and I had no choice but to watch in silent awe as the man approached us. The harpoon was still in his hand, and if he wished to strike us with it, we could never hope to get out of its way.
난 이 건물을 삼켜버린 내 고기를 찾고 있네. 자네들도 고기를 낚는 자들인가?
I want to go fishing now. Hey, look at them. Hey, look everybody, it's everybody's favorite Final Fantasy XIV Shadowsbringer song, Blinding Indigo. All I know is I feel as though we have slain the great Leviathan, and I wish it came sooner.
아이웨군 파우스터 씨, 다른 수감자도 아닌 당신이 이렇게 누추한 곳까지 거물을 모셔왔을 줄이야.
뭐 죽다 살아왔는데 따뜻한 환영까지는 안 바래도.
I'm sorry, what is that emote? I don't understand, I'm just over here like Indigo Elder. I'm so shut it, Heath. I feel that, not gonna lie. This is literally your fault.
그래, 손버릇이 안 좋은 누굴 위해 개인 상담을 아무래도 다시 열긴 해야겠군.
Virgilius, sorry. Virgilius's obvious discontent at the involvement of an outsider didn't seem to bother Faust.
작전에 투입해야 하는 인물이라고 판단했습니다.
It's like mimicking the Giga Chat emote, if you know what that is. I do know what that is. I kind of want to get an emote of that myself, but at the same time, I don't think I have the chin for it.
이유는
나는 그 창백한 고래를 잡을 수 있는 유일한 자일 테니까.
Hey, look at you. You are old as dirt. Good for you.
그럴 테지. 족빈 노인.
쪽빛 즉색이라는 말씀이요? 내가 지금 즉색 두 명과 한 공간에 있다는 말인가?
보수 어딘가에서 고래들을 잡으러 떠돈다고 들었지. 마지막으로 들려오는 소문에 따르면 오재앙 중 하나인 모든 것을 꿰뚫는 청새치 고래를 낚았다 하더군.
The old man grunted. It was neither a confirmation nor a denial, but that was the way the old man was. Everyone understood that.
정황상 황금가지는 호수를 표류하는 고래에게 먹혔습니다.
You know, I realized something a few days ago. It's that Anne Faust only got Anne Sinclair just so she could brag about it to other chromers. She could care less about him. That's what it is. My wife is toxic. And in this regard, she is so toxic that she literally stole somebody else's man. And it made him better for it, but at the same time, she does not give one solitary about it. I could argue it's because of good, but at the same time, I don't think she cares to that degree either.
외곽에서만 보였다던 오재앙 중 하나인 그 창백한 고래입니다.
역시 그렇겠지. 결국 그런 흐름일 테니까.
After all, it's been well established that Sinclair is the sinner with the most potential out of everybody, but at the same time, Faust knows all outcomes. Faust knows... You know what, I can't make this joke in good conscience.
시간을 많이 뺏겼네. 본론으로 들어가시. 나는
그리고 우리는 남는 게 시간뿐이지.
또한 저희는 그 고래가 어디로 향할지 알고 있습니다. 당신은 그 고래를 잡기 위해 오랫동안 관찰하고 기회를 엿보며 나름의 방법을 터득한 분일 테죠.
이건 어때요? 원한다면 믿기든 뭐든 되어드리죠. 그 방법은
Crowd fell silent when Ishmael finished explaining her plan.
미쳤군. 아까 혼자서 제일 많이 처맞고 나더니 아예 판단이 돌아버렸어.
You are one to talk, my guy.
이건 내 목적일 뿐이에요. 겸사겸사 가는 길에 황금가지가 있는 거고. 당신들 알아서 결정해요. 관리자님의 결정이 제일 중요하겠죠. 아무튼 이 회사나 저나 목적을 달성하려는 방법을 모색할 뿐이에요. 그리고 딱히 이렇다 할 방법도 없잖아요. 안 그래요?
Alright then, I want to hear it, chat. What is the best idea for this situation? Because I'm of the mind of, I want Blubber. I want Silvered Ghost to explain, what do you mean you're spinning my other wife? This is not Fate Extra. Either way, I hope you're enjoying your time here. Welcome to Limbus Company. I just beat Korean Johnny Cage by stalling him out in a way that does not make sense, involving an edgelord from another dimension. How are you tonight?
나는 반대야. 저걸 정상적인 생각이라고 들어주는 것부터가 잘못됐어.
How do it be hanging? I can't answer that either in good conscience. By the way, it's Luca. I figured it was. I wasn't going to say anything in case it wasn't, but even still, look at my other brother chat. Wave to him. Them, I should say.
한 가지 질문이 남았네. 붉은색. 자네도 이 낚시에 함께 하는가?
The Indigo Elder suddenly broke his silence with a question.
물 밑에 사는 비린 것들을 사냥하는 취미나 조이에는 없기도 하지만 그런 문제보다 우선되는 게 있어서 말이야. 최악의 상황이 아니라면 내가 앞에 나서는 일은 없을 거다.
Oh wait, never mind. I thought he was talking about Ishmael. No, he was referring to Virgil by his color. I get it. The old man rose from his seat and walked off as though he was about to leave.
잠깐 기다려줄 수 있겠나? 길잡이가 참여하지 않더라도 승산은 있을 수 있다. 계획을 면밀히 짠다면 우리끼리 충분히 수행할 수 있을 테니.
Are you sure about that?
그렇게 섣불리 포기하는 것은
거절한다고 말한 적 없네. 창백한 고래를 잡으려면 이 요란한 비명을 지르는 배로는 힘들 것이.
Screaming. I didn't think Mephistopheles was that loud.
가까이 그리고 은밀히 다가가야 하므로 좁으면서도 튼튼한 배가 필요하지.
응? 아니 그러면 왜 베르길리우스 씨가 안 도와준다니까 바로 승낙을 한 거지?
그러게. 오히려 손이 줄게 되어서 거절할 줄 알았는데.
말씀하신 배는 저희 쪽에서 구비하고 있습니다. 필요하다면 한 척을 더 내어드리죠.
Is my man vaping? Honestly, I have no idea. That blue glow on that cigarette just makes me go, is this an e-cig? Or is this just, hey, look at that. The future is weird, where mariners are just straight up. What's your favorite flavor of Juul? Mine is whale blubber and grape.
아니, 나는 내 배로 좋게.
그 낚싯배? 고래가 꼬리만 퍼덕이면 다 부서질 것 같이 생겼던데.
아니, 저 배 상태는 구려 보여도 어지간해서 부서지지 않는 배다.
엑스사의 합금을 사용했구려. 구하기 힘든 자료였을 텐데.
혹시 그 또한 특색이 가지는 혜택의 일종인가? 소문으로 들었는데.
Instead of entertaining that bombardment of questions, he approached me.
보아하니, 지금까지 호수에서 선원들은 자네의 시계로 인해 목숨을 부지해온 것 같군.
Yes, you're not allowed to use it for your own purposes. Get away from me.
어떤 원리인지는 모르겠으나 특이점의 일종일 테지. 하지만 그 고래에게는 통하지 않을 능력일 거야.
Mine is sea salt and sea foam with a hint of more salt. The entire life down here is salt. The walls are salt, the floor is salt, the very air is salt. You go around, you breathe in, and you taste nothing but salt.
그러니 지금부터라도 모든 것을 되돌릴 수 있다고 맹신하지는 말게.
Why? Why did you accept, even after Virgilius opted out?
It was a question I've been unable to let go.
어째서 베르길리우스 씨의 도움 없이도 작전을 수락하였냐고 물어보네요.
질문이 틀렸군. 오히려 붉은색이 나섰다면 거절했을 것이네. 붉은색과 내가 나선다면 시간은 걸리더라도 반드시 그 고래를 잡을 수 있겠지. 둘 중 하나가 죽을 테지만 그래서 붉은색이 나선다면 거절할 생각이었네. 그간 내가 잡은 것이 아닌 게 되니까.
그게 무슨 말이야? 이해가 되지 않소.
한계에 부딪힐 수 없다는 뜻이네.
한계? 지금 무슨 말을 하는 거예요? 필요한 모든 수를 가용해서라도
지도에 그어진 도시, 그 테두리 너머에 있는 외곽까지가 사람이 두려워하여 그어버렸던 선이라면 그 뒤에는 두려움을 넘어 이해조차 하지 못할 별들이 있는 곳이 있지.
Yeah, that is what the outskirts are.
나는 선을 넘어 그 이해에 맞서려는 어부라네.
Honestly, not gonna lie, chat, I would not mind if this guy got a spin-off.
설마 외곽 너머를 말하는 건가?
그 고래는 모든 걸 집어삼키고 재앙을 부르고 다녀요. 그걸 어떻게?
My taste for salt comes straight from the ass end of the Everglades. I feel that. As a northerner myself, it's one of those things just like, I lived on a lake for about 3 years, and frankly, it's taught me a number of things. Namely, the lake affects snow might as well be... How do I want to phrase this? The devil's way on all that you love.
자네는 먹잇감이 되어 본 적이 있는 선원이군.
And then I move away from the lake, and then I had a nice little lilac bush in front of my house, and then it snowed in June, and then it just made me go...
Bye-bye!
To the bush, I mean. Literally ripped from its roots. And just face down on the ground, you know?
이곳에 있는 수많은 호수도 모든 걸 집어삼키고 재앙을 부르지. 언젠가 중요한 갈피에 놓이게 되었을 때 자신의 목숨은 전혀 아깝지 않다는 생각이 들게 된다면 지금 했던 이야기를 다시 한번 떠올려 보게. 나는 원래 조언을 해주는 것에 익숙하지 않아. 그럼에도 몇 마디 던져놓는 것은 같은 노를 저어가는 사람에 대한 동질감이라고 해두지.
As per the old man's directions, we rode on the skiff prepared on Mephistopheles. I saw Ishmael moments before boarding the skiff on Mephistopheles. This was Ishmael's plan, but I had no way of knowing what she was really thinking. I had an inkling, yes, and so far I've been going along with those vague guesses that led to disasters. So I had to ask her myself.
Ishmael, what do you really want?
I see another vision of Ishmael. She was hiding it well from the other sinners in Virgilius, but I could clearly see what she really wanted, her true desire.
Ishmael, you?
She was lifting a body from the waters. A body that was torn asunder, shattered bones, strips of muscle tissue, flesh. Ishmael trembled with elation before what looked like a captain's mutilated corpse.
뭐예요? 얼른 가죠.
Well, that explains everything and nothing at the same time. Also, I live on an island and the salt from the sea just corrodes everything. Like porcelain gets mold and stainless steel rusts. Porcelain straight up rots like tooth decay. Sounds to me like we're not allowed to bring Joel there. Also, that emote though, I'm glad it still exists, you know? What's that? I thought we were done with international love. I don't think we are. And I do not know what to expect out of this, and I'm scared. Let's see. Am I done tanking? Because I would sure love to be. I want my wife to get something to do. Please. You see the weight of my investment in this woman? I think you understand well enough what I'm about. Let's see.
급행 주문이군요.
밧줄.
마치
출발합니다. 좋아, 몸 좀 풀어보자고. 기차와 같이 달려나가겠소.
As we discussed earlier, we took a different route from the Indigo Elder. We were the first to arrive at separate destinations for our plan.
Something's floating over there.
Not long after we crossed the line where the lake water turned gray, we noticed something pale peeking out from the lake.
저건 섬인 걸까요? 뭔가
암초일 수도 있다. 어쩌면 이번 호수는 이러한 장애물들을 피하며 항해하는 게 중요한 곳일지도 모르겠고.
크기가 들쭉날쭉하긴 하네요. 저건 암초라고 보기엔 크기가 엄청 커요.
뭔가 느껴지는 것이 있어, 단테. 저것들이 몰려있지 않은 공간을 찾아 나아갈 수도 있겠지만 그쪽이 틀린 방향이라면 작전이 물거품이 될 테니.
대략적인 방향이라도 알려주시면 그걸 기반으로 예상 위치를 계산해 보겠습니다. 쪽빛 노인이 준 정보도 있으니 예측은 어느 정도의 정확성이 보장될 거라고 판단됩니다.
뭐야? 시계 대가리가 나침반 역할을 하는 거야? 진작 그랬으면.
You don't get the talk.
호수라는 특수성을 가진 광활하게 넓고 트여있는 공간이라 시도되는 방법일 뿐입니다. 육지의 도시는 지상과 지하로 온갖 건축물과 그 안에 높은 밀도의 사람들로 가득 차 있기 때문에 황금가지를 근거리가 아니면 느끼기도 어렵고 가리킨 방향대로 간다 해도 거대한 벽이 막고 있으면 의미가 없죠.
Wow, that is a lot. That is a lot, and it's not centered properly.
결국 다른 데에서는 다시 시계 대가리라는 거구만.
So that's why. That's why I could feel the golden bell here, even while I was so far away.
I raised my finger and pointed toward the general direction of this vague feeling.
확인했습니다. 해당 방향으로 선회하죠.
Ishmael wordlessly steered the ship according to Faust's words. We grew even nearer to the island, or a reef. A heavy silence descended upon the sinners. Until Ishmael gasped with a sudden realization.
이 호수였구나.
There was an incomprehensible look on Ishmael's face. Maybe I saw unrestrained joy. The joy of finding something she's been searching for so long. Such an overwhelming, all-consuming happiness that her facial muscles begin to twitch on their own. Maybe I saw extreme fear. The fear in the face of destined, unavoidable horror. The lake's splashing waves hit her trembling face and rolled down her cheeks. Or maybe she was sweating from dread.
이스마엘, 무언가 깨달은 정보가 있는 건가요?
네. 여기서 어떻게 해야 할지는 너무 오티스 씨, 저는 후미에 있어서 확실하게 보이지 않아요. 그러니까 지금 우리 배 앞에 어떤 것들이 몇 개나 어느 정도의 크기인지 제게 빠짐없이 알려주세요.
암초들 주변에는 거센 해류가 흐르고 있으니 빠르게 피할 방법을 파악해야 하는 거구나. 알았다.
Wurdis nodded emphatically before rising from her seat to gaze at the path ahead. She balanced herself as the ship rocked.
350m 가량의 민무늬에 번들거리는 초소형 암초 하나. 그보다 500m쯤 먼 거리에 복처럼 툭 붉어진 모양이 상징적인 중간 규모의 암초 하나.
계속하세요.
그리고 그것과 얼마 떨어지지 않은 거리에 구멍이 숭숭 뚫린 거친 질감의 대형 규모의 섬. 자세히 보니 그런 것들이 서너 개 뭉쳐있는 모양새군.
좋아요.
Ishmael began fiddling with the steering wheel and the engine's output levers as though something had clicked in her mind.
좋아. 첫 번째 암초는 성공적으로 통과했다.
뭔가 암초라기에는 생각했던 질감하고는 다르네요.
잘 알. 저건 단단한 암석이나 흑재질로 만들어지지 않았고.
두 번째도 통과.
야, 앞에 덩치 큰 놈하고 길쭉 큰 놈한테 가려져서 안 보여서 그런데 재질이 뭐가 이상하단 거야?
저건 살아 숨쉬는 거다.
뭐?
잠깐, 물개. 니놈 어디로 좋다는 거냐? 이대로면 세 번째 암초에 부딪힌다.
맞게 가는 거예요, 오티스 씨. 우린 거기에 내릴 거거든요.
Say what? 잠깐, 저거 말하는 거야? 저 기분 나쁜 구멍이 숭숭 뚫린 섬? 야, 쳐들었어도 혼자서만 난리치라고! 저 위에 사람은커녕 나무 한 그루도 없는데 뭘 얻겠다고 내려?
생각하는 방식부터 틀렸어요, 당신.
뭐가 틀렸다는? 으아!
A loud shock and an ear-splitting sound of the skiff scratching and sliding against something cut Heathcliff off.
운전 똑바로 안 해?
한 맞겠군.
흰색... 설마... 이스마엘 씨?
네. 애초에 이것들은 섬이 아니에요.
What we thought were islands suddenly rumbled, vibrating as the ground tremors from an earthquake.
전부 어느 고래의 일부예요. 이건.
A colossal creature shudders as it wakes from a long slumber. All I can say to that is... And then we fight these things. Oh boy. I feel a little bit favored at the moment, so I'm not terrified, but it's not what I expected. More mermaids? I think more mermaids. Why do they look like water grasshoppers? I cannot tell you. Life is weird and the sea is full of roaches. Either way, I feel good at least being able to fight something with a little bit more sanity involved, you know? And you're asking me to do the thing again. Alrighty then. Hey, Sheen. Ironic considering the idea of we should be out enjoying the waters. No, instead we're fighting what are you exactly? Okay, a pallid blue mermaid. Good to know I know what I'm talking about. That being said, I want to build up charge for 3 hours.
순식간에 끝내죠.
More mermaids. Increase the decrease on these mermaids. And I do mean decrease. We didn't even get to try mermaid ice cream. I have nothing I want from these people. In the meantime, though, is Roshi finally gonna be able to use DDEDR with some actual charge behind it? I hope so. Let's see. Now that's what I like to see, baby. This is also good. Let's go, Charge Company. It's cringe, but it's free. And then Heathquat earns his paycheck, and maybe a prosthetic arm when everything's over. And that's a big mermaid, oh no. I know just the thing. Probably not. Ironically enough, I probably should have invested in WFS if I'm gonna keep using Teleport like this, but it's the one ego I have, you know? What's that? I have 2 AoE egos and they're not good for much. But it's still what I got. Wife puts in work where she can. That's all I can say.
느려졌네 저거. 머리속이
보냈고.
가까워진다. 항해.
Yeah, it feels good. It fills me with pride.
훌륭한 전시회였어. 하, 이걸 오히려 고맙다고 말해야 하나?
I also want you to consider the fact that I'm also earning event currency for doing things the way I am right now, so if anything, we are earning in stereo. Needless to say, I really do want to enjoy a Limbus Company Christmas, but it's also December 30th, you know? I'm of a mind that we may end up doing more with this tomorrow as a New Year's Eve celebration, to which I say, yeah, it would be like that. Also, that's a funny graphic right there. I'm glad it exists. And then there were more mermaids. Let's see. What's your favorite part of the mermaid, chat? Do you like the maid, or do you prefer the myrrh? It's like frankincense. See, you don't really think about it, but it sure exists for reasons. And then I'm immediately thinking about that particular line where it's just like, and I brought you frankincense. Oh, thank you. And I brought you myrrh. Oh, murder? Judas! No! And you see right there, Noir knows what I'm talking about. All I know is I am bringing many bags of myrrh to these mermaids. Why? Because frankly, these mermaids are making me upset in a manner that best describes them as machinations of total mundanity. I rushed to type it here the second you mentioned myrrh. I'm glad you spelled it wrong, but you're right.
적확한 한압이었어.
And to think we have one more round to go after this. I just want you to get out of my world. Please.
순식간에 끝내죠.
It really is just me channeling my inner Captain Lou, just going, you go to hell before you die.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
Please. In fact, wait, what is your charge count? 6? Ugh.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Either way, I'm just looking at it and going, hey, who's up for sashimi? Because I'm not. I would not trust mermaid meat anywhere near my mouth. That's not painted meat, that's tainted meat. And then Heathquat just immediately makes me go, I love you, I hate you, but I love you. Mystery sea meat. The mystery is, why would you eat this sea meat? This ain't chicken of the sea. This is quite literally the cockatrice of the whirlpool. It's not good for you. Why even bother?
깔끔하게.
Say no to mermaids. We eat cruelty-free fish here.
알아들었어. 땅덩어리인 척하던 이것들이 전부 고래였고 이 숭숭 뚫린 구멍 같은 것들에게서 인어가 튀어나온다는 것도 알겠어. 근데 피해갈 수도 있는 싸움을 왜 굳이 하는 거냐? 어? 스트레스 해소? 뭐 그런 거냐? 두더지 잡듯이?
I mean, yes. Kinda. After the big brother, I feel as though I could blow off some steam right now.
그럴 리가 있나요?
Ah.
제가 알고 있는 게 이 방법뿐인 거예요.
설명할 생각으로 그렇게 말했을 거라고 믿는다.
Heathcliff, Furious wasn't the only sinner looking at Ishmael with expectant eyes. There were Woodus and the other sinners who all looked to her for some answers.
Ishmael.
And I was too, of course.
저도 이걸 진짜 하게 될 줄은 몰랐는데. 전설 같은 이야기였죠.
전설이요?
대호수를 떠들고 여기를 터전 삼는 사람들이 많은 만큼 나누어진 호수의 종류만큼이라고 해야 할까요? 뱃사람들에게는 그 호수에 대한 이야기가 구전되어 전설처럼 들려오곤 해요. 이 부유하는 울렁이고 어두운 잿빛 호수, 이곳에도 노랫가락에 맞추어 불려오던 전설이 존재했죠. 해무에 숨겨져 있는 공간을 열기 위해 두드려라. 창백한 그 색을 찾기 위해 고래들을 울게 해라. 알맹이를 들춰내라. 고래의 울음소리 갖춰지면 드러나리.
그래서 그게 당최 무슨 뜻이오?
Oh. You can't tell? I'm pretty sure it means... Where? Oh. Oh boy, my sources are down. Oh yes, I can't make the funny joke. I'm sorry.
지금처럼 이 호수에 있는 구멍 고래들을 깨워서 인어들을 다 잡으면 창백한 고래에게 가는 길이 열린다는 말이에요.
그러니까 그걸 지금 믿으란 거지. 너도 믿고 있고, 어? 야, 살다 내가 이런 말을 꺼내게 될 줄은 진짜로 몰랐는데 너 멍청하냐?
Listen, you joined this company, you're definitely a little bit stupid.
야, 고래를 깨우는 거랑 저 빽빽한 안개가 거치는 거랑 대체 무슨 연관이 있냐? 저도 어느 정도 말이 되어야 할 거 아니야.
히스클리프 씨가 인과관계를 가지고 논파하고 있는 장면은 정말 진귀하군요.
Yeah, it's almost like he's experiencing some character growth. Ephemeral is the concept.
왜야, 좀 닥쳐라. 나 진지하니까.
Smart arse, I love it.
시간 안에 호수에서 벗어나지 못하면 파도가 밀려온다는 사실은 뭐 말이 되나요?
어?
정해진 공간에 도달하기 위해 직선 항해를 하지 못하고 왔던 항로로 바로 되돌아가지도 못한 채 여기저기를 돌아다녀야만 하는 건 말이 되고요?
No.
제가 처음부터 말씀드렸죠. 대호수에서 상식을 찾지 말라고. 여기는 그렇게 돌아가는 곳이에요. 그냥 그런 거라고요.
좋아, 그건 네 말이 맞아. 근데 그런다고 해서 좌편이 뭐니 그렇게 딱딱 정해져 있는 도시 규칙이랑 그런 두루뭉술한 노래랑은 완전 다른 거 아니야? 그딴 걸 믿으라고?
Honestly, you're supposed to believe something like that. It's just like the prescripts telling you to sleep for a total of 800 hours per day.
내가 직접 겪고 봤으니까. 그 옛날 아무것도 모르는 치기 어린 항해사가 직접 배를 탔었고 직접 전설이 사실이었다는 걸 깨달았으니까. 그렇게 창백한 고래를 마주쳤으니까.
Heathcliff fell silent, scratching his head. The rest of the sinners also nodded and began whispering. I rather trust someone who knows the waters by instinct than going by the rules. I mean, if you're talking about her instinct, then her instinct is following the rules to the letter, you know?
나는 네가 진짜 마음에 안 든다.
He said the thing, I clapped.
비쳐요.
정말 죄다. 마음에 안 들지만 적어도 말다툼에서 이기겠다고 거짓말을 하거나 흰소리를 늘어놓진 않는다는 건 알아. 어디 끝까지 해봐. 일단 이 방망이로 두더지 같은 새끼들 후려치는 건 할만하니까.
나도 납득했다. 하지만 다음엔 그런 이유가 있다면 먼저 말해줬으면 좋겠군.
노력해보죠.
어떤 의미에선 확실한 방향을 알게 되어서 다행이라는 생각도 드는군요.
Yeah, well, let's go find our next whale.
명령하신 대로. 청원, 승선!
과연 해무가 마치 쪼개지듯이 거치고 있구려.
Once we eliminated the mermaids of the last whale singled out by Ishmael, the fog slowly began to fade. Behind it was a different lake, beyond the gray sea.
마침내.
Amazing. Honestly, I'm just over here like it's all coming together.
깔끔하게 해결했네요. 가는 길에 우육면 드실래요?
And true to design, she is the most valued employee. I love that for her. I also love all this goddamn lunacy they're giving me, because hey, look, do I get to use it for anything? Not really, though.
날씨가 제법 굿다.
Merceau was right. The lake beyond the borders was nigh pitch black. The waves crested tall, rising and crashing violently under the thundering rainstorm.
풍랑 또한 심해지는군.
Isong's face was starting to grow pale. I think you mean blue, but yes.
저희가 정말 할 수 있을까요?
언제나 할 수 있어서 했던 적이 있었냐?
그건 그렇지.
진입하겠습니다.
이 호수의 파도는 신경 쓰지 않아도 되나?
이 앞에 있는 구역에 대한 규칙이나 파도의 종류는 저도 몰라요. 해무가 열리는 모습, 그 안에 파도치는 시커먼 호수는 기억에 있지만 전설이 실제 않은 모습을 지켜본 선정이 흥분해서 떠들던 연설과 고래를 잡기 위한 채비를 서둘렀던 기억만 남아있어요. 그러니까 야부터는 진짜 모험입니다.
So what you're saying is that we're... Well, I mean, we've been before. Now is no different, you know? It's all from here.
그럼 모든 걸 정면으로 맞서야만 되겠군.
네, 파도가 오면 정면으로 부딪힐 겁니다. 그 고래가 나타나도 아직까진 조용하네요. 그때는 호수에 진입한 지 몇 분도 되지 않아서 그것이 공격해왔어요.
No, but this is advanced. I mean, it's nothing compared to the mountain of corpses. Sinclair at the end of Canto 3, but at the same time I get what you mean. This is not your average everyday. This is advanced. Everyone was so tense. Everyone was as tense as they could ever be, looking around nervously for to arrive.
저건 뭔가요? 뭔가 깊고 높은 게 있는 것 같은데.
가까이 다가가 보는 걸 추천한다. 내가 일어나 광원을 가까이 비추겠다.
Merceau got up with a lantern and pointed the light towards where Sinclair indicated.
하나가 아니네요.
저기 뭐지? 호수 한가운데 저런 게 떠 있을 필요가 있나?
등대 같은 건 아닐까?
근데 그렇게 보이기도 하네요.
Do you remember seeing anything like that, Ishmael?
네. 기억이 흐릿한 정도가 아니라 저런 건 아예 본 적이 없는.
이스마엘 양, 그대도 갑작스레 뱃멀미가 도지는 것이오.
호이.
안색이 무척 창백하오만.
I knew that it can't be true. A seasick sailor only exists in jokes. Besides, Ishmael was doing just fine mere moments ago. Then, he must have had a sudden realization.
그렇군. 이런 모습이었던 거였어. 일부만으로도 저렇게.
A terrifying realization.
어떤 건데 그래요?
알기 싫어도 알게 될 걸.
저건 헤일인가? 총원! 잡을 수 있는 건 전부 꽉 잡고 있도록!
Before we even had the chance to say anything, a leviathan of a wave rose to its crest, then crashed onto us from above, and sucked us deep into the lake before throwing us back to the surface.
운이 좋았군요. 그대로 가라앉을 확률이 더 컸을 텐데.
아니, 운이 좋은 거 맞냐 우리? 방금
Everyone okay?
Everyone was soaking wet, nearly hyperventilating, but mostly awestruck by what we've just witnessed.
이탈자는 없습니다만
방금 오번 등대 같은 게 아니라 모조리 엄청나게 큰 고래들의 꼬리였군요.
아, 진짜 그만하고 싶네 이거. 고래라는 게 저 따위로 생긴 거였다는 걸 모를 대로 돌아가고 싶어.
이 호수는 고래들이 잠들러 오는 곳이었던 걸까? 그래, 목을 기울이고 잠들고 있으면 그 부분이 저렇게 높게 솟아오를 수도 있겠지. 하지만 이 소란스러움을 눈치채지 못할 리가 없어.
기울고 있어요.
이제 저것들이 깨어날 거예요.
We're finally here. I think that's what Ishmael whispered, but the storm, the waves, buried her voice deep into the lake.
쪽빛 노인이 작전대로 무사히 합류했다면
Broadway performance done.
저게 고래란 말인가?
We just went into a lake filled with sleeping whales. Nice. And I think they're waking up. Really just out here filling you with the most intense sense of...
Hi, honey.
We didn't have to wonder even for a second about what Don Quixote was screaming at. An entire herd of entities, each dwarfing every single whale we've weathered throughout this journey, emerged from the waters all at once. In unison, they began migrating in a singular direction. To witness something like that was... enough to make even Merceau gape with plain bewilderment.
여기까지의 작전은 성공인 것 같군요.
그렇다면 우리도 이야기되었던 대로 행동하지.
저기
There was a whale that stood out even among the herd of ineffably immense whales. Pallid as the pale death, its hide thick with scar tissue.
유독 상처가 많군.
찾았다. 역시 그 사람의 말이 맞았어. 그때 우리가 피쿼드호가 냈던 상처 자국이 그대로잖아.
Also, we're gonna address the Indigo Elder. I think that's who that is right there. Basically, just like, why am I here? Why are you here?
그렇다고 생각됩니다.
언제나 그렇듯 작전의 성공률은 형편없이 낮을 테지.
그렇습니다.
노자비!
Ishmael thundered.
Ishmael?
No, louder than the thunder itself, as though her personality had suddenly shifted. Her voice seemed to overwhelm the very storm itself.
그래!
목표는 저 흰 것이다! 총력으로!
총력으로 저!
Even Wudis was swept up in this sudden turn of events, repeating after Ishmael's bellowing commands. Is this what Ishmael was like when she sailed the lakes? Or... Or is this the captain?
불빛이 보입니다. 쪽빛 노인이군요.
The old man in his skiff was sliding across the waters toward the whale.
잘 듣게. 잠에서 깬 나머지 고래는 전부 던져놓은 미끼를 향해 갔네.
Oh, that was you. Okay.
작전은 성공적이다. 이제
It wasn't clear whether it was the thunder or the old man's bellow that awakened the pallid whale. Its eyelids began to lift.
이런 걸 이렇게 가까이서 보는 건 오랜만.
It was an eye of astronomical proportions, so immense that it no longer resembled an eye, but a reflective mirror of the world.
직접 보는 것을 고대했지. 이 눈칼.
The old man, harpoon in hand, draws closer to the whale with a grim, stony expression. Ishmael also aims her harpoon at the great whale, her face nearly tearing with uncontainable joy. Some sinners tremble with fear, while others prepare themselves. All of it, the world, contained in a single reflective eye that stretched even beyond our peripheral visions.
자, 물고기야. 너도 미끼를 물어라. 물 수밖에 없을 거다. 너는 언제나 그래 왔으니까.
With blood and thunder, you might say?
내가 헤아리기 힘든 세월을 살아왔으며 내가 이해하지 못할 곳에서 태어났음을 존중하마. 하지만 난 이 기회가 지나가기 전에 이 몸으로 너와 맞서 이해의 끝으로 향할 작정이다.
The giant harpoon soars across the black sky like a bolt of levin and strikes the pallid whale.
지금이다. 배를 힘껏 저어서 나아가자.
Ishmael rose tall and alone, looking straight out beyond the speeding boat's swaying bow, harpoon in her hand.
너를 다시 마주치면 무슨 생각이 들까 많이 생각해봤었어. 근데 의외로 복잡하지는 않네. 반갑다, 미 빌어먹을 고래 새끼야!
Compared to the old man's harpoon, the harpoon Ishmael hurled was like a needle. But once struck, as though its body was racked by an immense, unbearable pain, the pallid whale's maw opened, and the air itself began to vibrate.
가세는 난 고기잡이를 시작할 테니.
Every sinner heard the old man's voice. Every sinner begins rowing with all their might. In desperation, as though death itself was in our pursuit. As though it was our fate, our destiny to row. We were sucked into the endless abyss. And a rapid vortex pulled us into the maws of the beast, tenebrous, as well as under a moonless sky. There was a deep noise, and like a droplet in the sea, we melted into the fathomless dark.
들리나? 작전은 어떻게 되었지? 들리나? 어이! 아무래도 무전기가 정말로 맛이 가버린 모양이군.
걱정이야.
Even Charon is worried. If anything, I'm over here just thinking to myself, yeah, this sounds accurate. And I am also over here thinking to myself, I have not been using the helmet filter this entire time. I feel as though I have been vibe checking myself for reasons that can best be described as I do not know. And this is probably where the dungeon starts. So best thing I can say is this might be a good time to actually call it quits for the night, but at the same time I'm also here like, hey, look, I have lunacy. Maybe life can throw me a bone. Maybe life can throw me some more currency while I'm at it. Man, was this the longest Canto? What do you mean, was? We're not even done yet.
Hoy, what are you saying?
We have not even started the dungeon yet, and I think that says something, but even still, I'm over here thinking to myself, life could be a dream if I was allowed to roll Holiday with Morgus, but not yet. I want something in my life to be good, so here's this dank 10 roll to see if I get something good. And wouldn't you know it, we're allowed to shill for gilfs yet again. So I want to say, all in all, I think it was pretty good. I also think this is a pretty good experiment with YouTube streaming. It may or may not pan out the way I'd like it to, but at the same time, that's what experiments are for. To find out whether or not we enjoy this sort of thing, and also make it so I actually have something to put on my YouTube channel while I am slowly but surely edging towards the idea of making actual evergreen content, but you know how it is. It's rough for a content creator with no ideas at the moment, but we're getting there. More importantly, I have to thank you once again for joining me in regards to this, and I think if you're so inclined, hey, maybe check me out in the Discord as well, because we have a community we're trying to grow, but we'll figure that out as we figure other things out. More than likely, if I have the ability to, we might do a New Year's stream of this, because I'm not letting this go. We're finally at the end of the vibe check dimension, and I wish to see what lies ahead, so more than likely, I'm just gonna go ahead and send you to a place where there is palate cleanser. By which I mean, hey, you like Starbucks, right? You like dogs and dragon women, right? I am just of a mind of, why don't we go ahead and just take a little peek at what Joyous is doing, but even still, my name has been Meganoichi, and I hope to see you all again very soon. Stay safe, drink water, make sure if your revenge is in sight, you hold it tight and sweet. And I will see you all again tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody.